What the hell's going on in the Reno Police Department?
Officer rights violations, falsifying training documents. People are getting promoted that shouldn't be. Guys that are yes men, guys that
I've heard this before.
Don't go against the grain. You're controlled by these people. I've had multiple supervisors since I've been there that have told me, hey Gabe, you should probably just learn to shut your mouth and play the game.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, fuck that.
All right, Gabe, we got some conversations to have today. I'm really excited for a lot of reasons. One, you're a U.S. Army veteran.
Oh, yeah.
Served your country, did 2 deployments overseas, 2003, 2005.
Yep.
Correct me if I'm wrong on any of this stuff. You got out of the Army. From what I've been able to gather and read about, you kind of lost your way for a little bit. Got into some substance abuse, ended up going down a pretty dark hole, which you tried to take your life. A few years later, you obviously got back on track and you became a cop in Reno, Nevada, where you were from, and which I'm sure that is a very interesting place. So I'm excited to dive into the dark side of Reno, since I, for some reason, always find myself rolling through there. During this time on the police force, you served obviously on the road. You ended up becoming joining the SWAT team, which you did that for 7 years.
Correct.
And also a sniper for 5 years. And so you've accomplished a lot in this time as a law enforcement officer. And I'm sure you have seen things change and got into the hustle and bustle of being a law enforcement officer. But during this time, you started noticing a lot of not so ethical procedures going on inside of the department with the chief, with corruption, with, I read at one point you have a detective that was pulling people over and taking their meth, and he was using it.
He was doing it while he was patrol, but yeah.
Same.
Yeah.
So yeah, we got some stuff to cover. And am I wrong, or is today your last day as an official police officer?
I am officially done today. Yeah.
Thanks for your service, brother.
Hey,
Thank you
it.
for everything you did.
Appreciate it.
So today's your official last day, which is quite an accomplishment. And now you're moving on. You're actually got some really cool things. You're starting a foundation for law enforcement officers, veterans as well.
Veterans and first responders.
Veterans and first responders, helping on the mental health side of things. And also at the same time, you're building a training facility for now. You're giving guys to come in, train pistol, carbine, doing a lot of really cool stuff, which I want to dig into out of the Reno area. So yeah, we got some stuff to cover. So before we do, normally we have a fresh baked loaf, but that's going to be ready for you in the morning from the Sour Bee. So we like to let everybody know the Sour Bee Bread and Garden is a really cool homeschool project that we started with our kids. So every guest gets a fresh loaf, which usually will be baked for you first thing in the morning before you take off.
Badass.
And then I give law enforcement, first responders, military, small businesses an opportunity to send us some gear or swag to be able to give to guests. So I got 2 dudes today. One of them is an active duty law enforcement officer. So he is out of SoCal. He started the God-Fearing Lifting Club. So he's bringing guys together through community and prayer, Bible study, lifting weights, doing the whole just banging weights in the gym and being able to share some fellowship. So we got a really cool, he's one of my favorite brands actually, is the God-Fearing Lifting Club. Really cool Christian apparel. And then we have Chris, which he is the founder, operator of Linear. Navy veteran, went out to be a Navy SEAL, ended up getting injured right before he graduated and got dropped, kind of crushed his dreams. Incredible story, overcame everything, and now he has a very, very top quality apparel line that he does, and he's a local Bubba. And I'm going to send you home with some Wild Chaos swag. So just try to give back. Yeah, try to do a little bit to give back to I remember what it was like starting out and slinging shirts one at a time. So if I could help small businesses grow, or at least give them some credit, so people want to support some law enforcement veterans, whoever else is along the way of this journey that we're on, I want to be able to spread the word and spread the love as we can help out as many small businesses as possible. So
that's awesome.
All right, Gabe. We got some shit to cover. So as true fashion of the Wild Chaos podcast, who are you and where are you from?
Gabe Smith, born in Reno, Nevada. Not to be confused with the Reno 911. Everybody loves to fucking throw that.
New
like
boot
when I
goofing?
joined the Army, that was like in basic training. Oh, like Reno 911.
Bro, it's one of the greatest television shows ever. That and Trailer Park
Yeah.
Boys are
Oh, don't get me wrong. The show's fucking great, but it's nothing like Reno.
you probably are so over it.
Oh, yeah.
The military and then the law enforcement side of things that you just are probably like, oh my
Especially
God.
when our department started doing like similar skits for social media, like Reno 911. That's when I was like, this is fucking dumb. But
Did they ask you to dress up in like white cowboy boots and
hell
come out
no,
of boot
not
barn?
me. They're not going to come to me. They find the freaking fruity guys that want to do that stuff.
yeah.
And they found them.
The wannabe cop TikTokers that are growing their
Yep.
social.
Yeah,
I have a problem with that.
me too. I do too.
I have a
Gives
huge
the wrong
problem.
impression of what law enforcement is.
I feel like it's being done in the wrong way. It could probably be done a much more efficient way or for the public eye. I want to see cops out there playing pickup ball with a bunch of kids in the streets.
Yes.
I want to see them
Yes.
throwing a football, doing a kickflip on a skateboard. That's what I want to see my community servants that are protecting and serving our community. That's what I want to see. I don't need dancing
Yeah,
TikTok
we don't need
videos.
the clown show. Freaking.
That's where I'm out on that. But if they were,
Agreed.
whoever their PR reps are in these small departments, or even big departments, that's the stuff, at least for me, and I'm just speaking for me, like that's when I see cops out there helping out some single mom, helping carry, that's the, and especially now with today's image of law enforcement.
Yeah.
I don't need to see 3 or 4 female officers in a parking lot doing a TikTok dance. Like I want to see them out in the community.
Actual community engagement, right? And that's what they say it's for, is the community engagement. No, you're just acting like a bunch of clowns and dancing around like you're saying. Do the pickup ball with the kids. Like actually go out in the community and do things. But
Yep.
we
Well,
went
cool.
off on a
So,
tangent.
yeah, right out the gate. That's Wild Chaos. So we have no direction of anything that we do here. So what was life like growing up in Reno, Nevada?
I mean, casino town, 24-hour town. It's a smaller version of Vegas.
Okay.
Growing up, I wasn't really great with school, hated school. My parents split up pretty early on. I think I was about 5 years old and my parents divorced.
How'd that affect you?
I went sideways with it. Like I was the oldest of 2.
Okay.
And I struggled with it a lot. My dad wasn't around a whole lot. And when he did come to pick us up, like him and my mom, I'd have mom in one ear telling me bad things about dad and then vice versa.
Okay.
So it was like the kids being trapped in the middle. So I went the route of rebelling and started off doing like the skateboard thing.
Okay.
Got really into that. And then kind of the skateboard crowd led into the partying and drinking, doing drugs. So started pretty early on, like 12, 13 years old. I was smoking cigarettes and drinking.
At 12 or 13 already, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Was your dad, were you like a split custody or was your mom main custody and you got to see your dad every now and then?
mom was primary.
Okay.
And then it was every other weekend with my dad, which didn't happen all the time. And then my mom worked a shit ton. So
you're free to,
being home alone a lot. And
what can
doing my own
possibly
thing.
not go wrong?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, just got kind of sucked into the partying culture. And I have one of those just genetics where, man, once like booze or anything gets in my system and it feels good, I just want more and more and more. And it usually ends up turning out really bad. So I remember being younger, like my mom had got me and my sister into piano lessons. I was probably 12 or 13 and I just started into drinking. And man, after school I'd go with my buddies and we'd drink. They'd drink just enough to get a buzz and I'd be going until like I'm puking. And
Damn.
yeah, my mom would, all right, going to piano lessons. No, Mom, I'm sick. Like, I don't know how the fuck she never figured it out, but, I just lay in bed, just sick and drunk and
At 12 and 13?
yeah.
So what did that evolve into? Because obviously if you're starting that young, it doesn't just stay alcohol and weed or whatever and cigarettes. Like it evolves pretty quick, at least in my opinion.
Yeah. So then I ended up, high school time frame, like ditching school and going to, drug dealers' houses, using everything from cocaine, smoking heroin. Anything I could get my hands on. But usually it was like alcohol was kind of the gateway for me. I never wanted to do the drugs and stuff, but once I got a little bit of booze in me, then that liquid courage kicked in, and I'm like, fuck yeah, let's try, whatever.
No shit. How old were you when you tried heroin for the first time?
I was 16. I just smoked it. I never injected it or anything like that, thank God, but yeah, smoked black tar heroin.
At 16?
Yeah.
Bro, I try to look back at what I was doing at 16, and black tar heroin was not on my list.
No, it was wild. Well, I had a buddy that he had some older brothers, like they were in their mid-20s, and they were both really into drugs.
Okay.
We would party at their house, and they had the connections for all the drugs, and they'd bring it in, and like, you guys want some?
No,
of course,
shit.
I'd be the first to raise my hand. Yeah.
You're just down to try it once you had some alcohol in you, huh?
Oh yeah.
That's terrifying.
Like looking back now, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Obviously, like as an adult and processing your childhood, you're probably like, holy shit, how did I even make it through that chapter?
Yeah.
Damn, dude, that's right out the gate. So was heroin and coke kind of did you like them? Did you enjoy it at that age, or were you just doing it just to fit in?
It was a little bit of both, I think, like the socializing aspect, feeling okay, like hanging out with people and feeling like I fit in somewhere.
Okay.
But I also really enjoyed the high all the time. And that was why I couldn't control any of it. Even like the drinking, like today, I can't even have a beer because it will just
send you off.
Go downhill. Yeah. End of the night, I'll be running naked through the hills. Cops will be chasing me like.
Once it hits the Will Ferrell, once it hits the lips.
Yeah, Frank the Tank.
Yeah, Frank the Tank comes out in you.
Yeah.
I have some buddies, and it's crazy to me. It took me, later into my adult life to realize that some guys people are wired like that. And I have buddies that you just, hey, let's go grab dinner and a drink, and it's just full, and there's pounding, and you'd think like being a young Marine or a soldier, it's just the life. You're like, oh, this dude can drink. But then when you get a little bit older, you're like, holy shit, this dude hasn't slowed down in the last 10 years.
Yeah, it spins out of control.
For sure. How long did that last for?
So when I'm 17, I end up, me and my good buddy that he actually just got out of prison last week. He'd done 16 years in prison for some armed robbery stuff. But him and I, we had known each other since kindergarten.
Okay.
Him and I were really tight, but also had issues with drugs and partying.
Okay.
So we had this thing that we called the game, where we would go into back offices of businesses. So like we'd go to the mall and they'd have back hallways.
Yeah.
And we'd sneak in these back hallways, then sneak into offices, and we'd steal cash bags, purses, like.
No shit.
Yeah. And even now, like looking back on it, I feel so bad because there's so many people that I just probably wrecked their like life at that time because we would just take the money out of the purses and throw the rest in the trash.
So they're losing ID, credit cards.
Oh yeah,
everything.
Everything, right? And this is back in like 96, 97. So we do that for quite a while. And one night, we had a pretty good score, so we get a room at a casino hotel, and I get super smash drunk. Like, I would black out, and I would do stuff, and people would be telling me the next day, like, hey, man, do you remember doing that? And I'm like, fuck no, no recollection. But this night, I kind of remember I wanted to use the bathroom. Someone was in it in a hotel room, so I decided to go downstairs to the casino. End up wandering around in the casino. I end up backstage it's like where they have bands play for people that are playing slot machines or whatever.
Okay.
So just local bands where they'd have little local bands come in. And I go back there, there's a bathroom, and then right next to the toilet is this rack that's got like all these people's personal belongings. So I just start going through the bags, and I kind of remember a little bit of it, and I end up finding a little over $600, which at that time in '97,
That's a lot of money.
Felony level.
Okay.
So I'm 17. That night ends up being a crazy night. So I wake up in the morning. I've got a broken hand. I end up like losing my mind and punching this. It's like a plywood realty sign, and I get like a boxer's break in my hand. So I wake up, $600 in my hand, or $600 in my pocket, and a broken hand. And 3 months later, I get a call from Reno PD detectives, and I had turned 18 in between.
Okay.
So I go down there, they question me, and I cop to it. I guess they had ended up interviewing a bunch of my buddies, the guy that rented the hotel room, and then they talked to them, and they eventually narrowed it down to me. So I got charged with a felony, but I was a juvenile when I committed it, fortunately.
Oh, yeah, that saved you.
Yeah. So I get put on probation, and this was kind of my first, like, all right, maybe I should stop drinking and fucking around because I'm seeing where this road is going.
For sure.
So I go sober for about a year. And so from about 18 to 19, I go sober while I'm on probation, doing really good. I've got 2 jobs. I got a car. I got an apartment.
Are your friends fading out, or are you still tight with your
No,
circle
so
at
I'm
this point?
still, the apartment I have is with my buddy that him and I would commit these crimes
Okay.
together. But I'm just very focused. Like I'm not going to fuck around. Like we would get hotel rooms and they'd be drinking and doing drugs, and I just sit and play PlayStation.
Okay.
And just avoid the alcohol and drugs. So then, like I said, about a year goes by, and I'm like, you know what? Everything's going good. Got all this good stuff going on. It's not going to hurt if I have a beer. And within like 3 months, car gets repoed. I get evicted from my apartment.
That quick?
Both my, oh yeah. Yeah, it was quick. Moved back in with my mom, like just turned into a shit show. And it was like, it hit me even harder. So a lot of times when guys relapse into stuff, it's like we just jump right
10X.
back into, yeah.
So when you relapse, you're not relapsing back into the cycle. You're relapsing to the end point of when you.
Oh yeah. Trying to pick up where I left off.
Yeah. So you just go straight back into all
Yeah.
gas, no break in that. So
Yeah.
which is probably pretty rough on the body and everything else.
Oh yeah. I had one night where we had gotten a hotel room at a Motel 6 and get super drunk, blackout, and it's on the second floor. I end up falling down the cement stairs, wake up in the morning, just head is all fucked up, huge knot in the side of my head, have a concussion, like no idea what happened.
Who jumped me?
That was the kind of freaking, drunk that I
You
was.
sound like a Marine in the makings of all these stories. Like this was an average
Yeah.
Friday night in the Marine
Yeah.
barracks.
Yeah.
Been there.
So, yeah. And then eventually, so I end up getting arrested a bunch because another thing we would do to get our alcohol is steal it. Like,
Okay.
we got no one to pay for it. We don't have money to pay for it. Even if we stole money, we're not going to use that money to pay for it. So, me and the same buddy, we would do these beer runs where we would go to grocery stores and we'd go in the back areas where like the loading docks are, and we would find the roll-up doors and just get cases of beer. And it'd be like, nighttime, and we just put like 3 or 4 cases of beer out the back of these roll-up doors and have someone waiting back there and just grab them.
Yep.
Or we do just the beer run where we would just walk in the grocery store like we were supposed to be there and just walk right out the front door. But we had one time, my buddy and I, we go in, and my buddy thinks that someone's following us. So I'm carrying this case of Blue Moon beer, and we go through like the peanut butter and jelly aisle. My buddy picks up a glass bottle of Smucker's jelly. And as we walk out the front door, security guard comes after us, and my buddy just turns around and fucking chucks this Smucker's glass jar, and the jelly just like explodes all over the place. He doesn't hit anybody. And then I just start running, and I'm so drunk already. I'm just laughing, and I chuck the case of beer up over my head. apparently it lands on the security guard. So he's super pissed off. And then a bag boy ends up like tackling me. So
you got taken out by a bag boy?
Yeah, dude. Okay. Super drunk, you know. So then security guard's dragging me back in, and I'm just talking mad shit to this guy. And he throws me on the ground in the grocery store and just pepper sprays me like probably like 3 inches from my face.
No, in the grocery store?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. So I'm like right next to the checkout aisles and just getting pepper sprayed by this dude. And still, I just keep running my mouth, talking shit. They take me back to their little holding room, still talking mad shit. He pepper sprays me again, and then like choke holds me up against the wall. Like I was just ruthless when I was drinking, man. Like,
is this buddy that you mentioned that just got out of prison after 16 years? Is he this friend that you did all this with?
Yeah, yeah.
So he stayed on the same path then.
There was a few times where he got back on the right path, but then he just strayed back off.
Did you ever get a chance to reflect on that this dude just got out of prison after 16 years and this used to be your little mischief buddy?
Yeah, so I kept in contact with him. Okay. Him and we talked a lot while he was in prison.
Okay.
And he's matured so much being in there.
Oh, I can imagine.
But yeah, we talk about all the shit that we did, and especially the stuff where we were stealing money from, you know, people and causing that like serious hurt to people's lives. Like I'm sure I paid karmic debt for that one for a long time.
Yeah.
But
damn, dude. So what's his mindset now? I mean, how long was he in before he realized?
It took him a while, man.
Yeah.
I know he was using in prison for a while. But now, so once he kind of figured out like he's getting older, he needed to straighten up. Like he got on the right path, started doing the dog program where he was training dogs, and then eventually moved into training horses, and really got a passion for that. And then now he got an early release and he's in a halfway house. So working the program there.
Nice.
I'm just hoping that he stays on the path. Cause man, in 16 years, so much shit has changed, just like technology alone.
I couldn't even imagine.
You know, he talks about just seeing everybody, you know, staring at their phones all the time. And he's like, I can't get anything fucking done. Like my phone is going off all the time. And
yeah, I couldn't imagine. I mean, that would be such a bizarre world. You're almost, you know, when you do 16, 20 years, when you're down that long in the system, it's almost this bubble that you get like a time capsule for some prison. I mean, dude, now I'm looking at dudes that are like live streaming in prison on Facebook and shit. So who knows anymore? But I mean, I'm sure there's still some areas where they have guys on lockdown where they're getting out and they're looking at new cars, new flat screen TVs and iPhones and all the stuff that we just take for granted every day. And this guy's probably like, holy shit. It's like being born again. I mean, you gotta figure everything out from day one getting out of prison.
Well, and I'm sure, I don't know if you noticed it too, like during your deployments, even only being gone for like a year and then coming back, like
100%.
Movies you never heard of that came out and just the different shit going
on. New phones,
on.
the razors and all that back in the day. Yeah.
So imagine just a year and then these guys are 16 years.
I mean, the cars alone, how much they change.
Right.
Every year to year. I mean, they probably look so future. A Tesla truck. Can you imagine getting out and seeing a Tesla truck for the first time after
I'd be so disappointed. I'd be like, what the fuck happened?
We're at this point. This is what's happened. This is what we've all doing in 16 years.
Who the fuck is designing this shit?
Who's this idiot? Tesla. What the fuck company is this? And you're like, by the way, that guy's flying to Mars.
Yeah.
But so how long were you running and gunning before you had the aha moment? Like, hey, I need to join the military. Is that what a big reason of joining the military? Okay.
Yeah. So until I was 21. So getting in a bunch of trouble, just misdemeanor shit, but usually like alcohol related. I'd gone up to Virginia City one night, got super drunk, did a whole bunch of stupid shit, ended up getting I had a court date I was supposed to go to, never went to it. And then maybe a few months later, I'm driving around drunk, Got a freaking 40 of, was it Mickey's in my lap.
The 40,
All my friends had gone to bed. They're all done partying. I'm like, fuck that. I'm staying out. So I'm driving around this $200 freaking Taurus that I had. And of course, drunk, drive to the side of the road while I'm driving, hit the passenger side tires on the curb, blow both of them out. And I'm like miles from town. And it's 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. So I start calling people like, hey, come pick me up. Everybody's fuck off, man. Like, figure it out. So I finish my beer and go to sleep on the side of the road and wake up with a fireman and cop knocking on my window. Fortunately, I didn't get hit with a DUI. I had a warrant from the deal in Virginia City. So they arrest me on the warrant. I mean, later on, being a cop, I understand why, like, way less paperwork involved in doing a warrant arrest than a DUI arrest.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, dude, DUIs are a pain in the ass. So I go up to Virginia City, see the magistrate or the judge, and she's like, you're on the wrong path, so we're going to leave you here for 5 days. So while I'm in jail, sobering up, just reflecting on life and where I'm at, Army commercial comes on, and this is, I want to say it's after 9/11, so shortly after 9/11.
Okay.
Because I ended up starting boot camp July of 2002, but I was on some kind of delayed entry program. So I see that commercial, I'm like, that's it. That's what I'm going to do.
While you're in jail?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Talk about a come to Jesus moment.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Just this, starts glowing. Yeah. You're sitting there just hating life. Like, there's my out.
Yeah, dude. Because everything was shit at that time. Like, my parents didn't want me living. I was living with them. I was couch surfing with my buddies, and they're getting sick of me. So living in my car, like, it was pretty bad. So I was like, I need to do something different. And for me, I was like, I know if I stop surrounding myself with all these people, that's going to be like one huge step away from this lifestyle. So yeah, then I joined the Army and go to boot camp in Fort Knox, Kentucky in July of 2002.
So you went from Satan's asshole in Reno in the summertime to Fort Knox, which is sweaty Satan's asshole in the summertime. What was that transition? Have you traveled before this, or was that your first time getting introduced to like the South
I'd
humidity
been to
heat?
Florida like once before, but I was like early teens.
Okay.
So, but when I did go, I had that dumbass mentality where I was like, I'm going to drink my ass off until I go to basic and enjoy myself. Well, I went wild with it and transitioning from like dry heat to then the humidity and then the military lifestyle. Fortunately, there's this reception period. It was like a week long. So I was able to somewhat recover from all the booze I'd put in my body. And, yeah.
So you're in struggle mode going there.
Oh yeah, dude. I'm just laying my rack like for hours unless they call us out to get like, our TA-50 or do some sort of formation or whatever. But other than that, they didn't really fuck with us too much. So
do you think there was like a detox phase for you? Were you in it that bad or?
Oh, yeah. So, and that's always been the case for me with everything. Any kind of substance that like is mind altering, I will go into like a depression and I just feel like I'm in a fog like for days on end.
Really?
So the longer and harder I'm doing it, like the longer and harder it takes to get out of that.
Damn. So you're now in boot camp, Army boot camp in Fort Knox and detoxing technically off alcohol.
Yeah.
That's got to be rough.
Oh, dude. Yeah. It was not fun at all.
You're lucky you joined the Army. You would have gone Marine Corps. Holy shit. Step on the yellow footprints trying to detox.
Right.
I would actually like to know if anybody's ever joined the military and had the detox at boot camp, like full detox.
Bro, that would almost be impossible. Like
you'd probably come close to dying, I would imagine.
For sure. I'm sure they'd see something wrong with you and put you in the freaking infirmary for a while to get shit straightened out because, dude, it's no joke.
No. No, detoxing off anything. That's where when I do my fast and stuff, and a lot of people, they quit really quick just off of something so simple as sugar and caffeine.
Oh, yeah.
Because people don't think about it. They're so dependent on these things. And I get a lot of, messages. I got horrible headaches. I feel like shit. I've been throwing. It's like, yeah, your body, look at what you're detoxing off of, what you're in.
Especially the sugar.
Oh, it's horrible.
And that's an alcohol, right? Like a shit ton of sugar and alcohol.
Mm-hmm. Rough.
Yeah.
Okay, so boot camp, you get there. What's going on at this point? This is post 9/11, so the World Trade Centers have already fallen. What's the tempo like for you guys?
So nothing has kicked off in Iraq yet.
Okay.
It's just Afghanistan. So, there's talks of going to war, but we're so early on, right? Like we still have to do 9 weeks of basic training.
Yep.
And then whatever your MOS or your job is, you got to do that training afterwards. So really, I mean, it's probably just standard boot camp. Like they're fucking with us pretty hard. And but I enjoyed it. Like I really felt like I needed that discipline. Like it was something that I never had.
Structure.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I just, man, I fell in line with it pretty quick and didn't really struggle with it at all. So, I mean, the physical aspect, like, even though I was partying and doing all that stuff, I tried my best to like go for runs. And I mean, it wasn't great, but my physical fitness was okay. So I wasn't too bad, but other than that, I was good. I was that guy, like at the end of basic training, we were getting our Class A's handed out to us, and the drill sergeant's like, "Who the fuck are you? Are you in my company?" Like, I just flew under the radar.
I was not.
I'd imagine.
I was a blimp on the radar. Just stuck out.
Yeah, I could see that.
Stuck out dude. Yeah, I did. Oh man, I left boot camp a stud from just getting hazed all day, every day. I never even learned how to clean my rifle at boot camp. It wasn't until after boot camp until I've talked about it a lot on here. My boot camp experience was.
So everybody else is cleaning their rifles and you were doing
my rack mate. Yeah, my rack mate learned my combo. And he would do mine, and he would set his up, set mine up, and I would just be on the quarterdeck just getting slayed the whole entire time. So the whole rifle maintenance from start to finish of boot camp, it was like this joke with the drill instructors. They would say, prepare for rifle maintenance, and I would just start taking my blouse off and getting on the quarterdeck, and I would just stand there, and I would just haze myself. Toward the end, I would just haze myself. They would just be like, "You know what to do, bitch. Like, haze yourself." And I'd be over there, like, and they'd turn their back, and I'd stop and just stomp my feet. Like, didn't everybody be watching? I was that guy. But yeah, I deserved all of it. 100% deserved everything that came to me. But yeah, I was the recruit that they would take to the new battalions and do the demonstration on how to get hazed on the quarterdeck. So every Monday or whenever they picked up a new phase, let's go, bitch. And I would just follow them. And then those drill instructors, they would walk across parking lots and you can't. So you have to run the edge of everything and sprint. So I'm running like 3 miles for their walk across to the next battalion because you can't ever cross a road. Shit was so dumb. I'd never learned though. There was nothing that was stopping me from being a belligerent.
Hard-headed, huh?
Oh man, there was no quit. But so you get through boot camp, graduate. What was your MOS in the Army?
So I was 63 Mike, which is Bradley mechanic.
Got it.
Bradley Systems Maintainer, I think is what they called it.
Okay.
Basically diesel mechanic.
Yeah.
Yeah. So then go to AIT, which also was at Fort Knox. So I basically just moved from one barracks to another.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
And AIT was boring, but pretty easy.
What's AIT for you guys?
Advanced Individual Training.
Okay.
So
that's your school.
Yeah, just the job training. Yeah.
Got it.
And that one was, I want to say it was like 16 weeks long. But
Bradley's a pretty cool vehicle.
it is. It's old as fuck though. Like,
what is it? Everything's outdated in the military. Look at what the fuck the Marines are using. And we got Amtracs from that was World War II and shit.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah. We get the hand-me-down from once you guys say it's too old, then it goes to the Marine Corps. Then we get it. We're like, yay, it's Army Green.
It's new.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But it's a pretty cool gun. It's got a Bushmaster on it. What's a Bradley?
So it's a 25 Mike, which it's the Bushmaster.
Okay.
And then it's got the tow launcher on it, which is the tubular missile, optically guided. I can't remember exactly what TOW stands for.
Yeah.
It's been fucking 20 years, but yeah, basically it launches. It's got 2 missiles on the side, which the guy in the turret can control with a joystick. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
But the 25 Mike, I ended up becoming a master gunner working on those. But that was like later on because in Iraq, nobody knew how to work on them or fix them. So I was one of those guys that just open the manual and start figuring shit out. And
Oh, shit.
yeah.
So what were your deployments like? I mean, 2003, shit's popping, right? At this point, I mean, you guys are no rules of engagement. I mean, the 03 to 05 era guys, I mean, you guys had the cream of the crop as far as getting to do whatever you guys wanted. How was that?
It was interesting, man. Like going from, so I went to Fort Carson, Colorado, and when I got there, my unit, like all of their vehicles were already on the boats. Initially, they were taking the boats they were going to go through Turkey to invade Iraq, and then Turkey was like, no, fuck off, we're not going to let you in. So then they end up going back around to Kuwait, which gave us another like month in country to be able to, or in the States. So I jumped right back into drinking because that's what everybody's doing, right? They're like, we're going to war, so
we're going to party.
Let's fucking party.
We might not make it back. We might as well live now. Yep.
So unfortunately, didn't get any trouble or do anything like that to get in, Article 15 or anything. But then we get deployed over there, go to Kuwait. And in Kuwait, once we get all our vehicles, we've got all the soft skin Humvees.
Oh, yeah.
So we spend about 2 weeks putting metal plating, like hanging them inside the doors of the Humvees, putting sandbags on the floorboards.
The blast mats and all that stupid shit.
Yep.
That do nothing except for fill your whole
Well,
entire
we didn't
unit.
even have the blast mats. Like we're just like coming up with shit like A-team
Sandbags.
style, trying to like, all right, what'll work to, avoid getting blown the fuck up. So just throwing sandbags in there. Mm-hmm. So then, of course, when you're riding in the Humvee, right, like your knees are in your chest. And then at the time, they were talking about in Baghdad that they were setting up like piano wire across buildings.
Yes, I remember this.
To decapitate like the 113 drivers or any of the tank drivers.
Yep.
So we end up welding, what are those, like the fence posts?
Yep.
Onto the side of them at an angle and then just cutting slits in them so that when they're driving, it'll grab that piano wire. So we spent 2 weeks just doing some hardcore like fabricating of getting these vehicles ready. And then March, I want to say it was like late March, we end up rolling from Kuwait into Iraq, and it's just pretty much convoy straight up to like the Tikrit area, which takes us probably 3 or 4 weeks
to get there.
Yeah, because we're driving like you got the 88, the M88 Hercules. Those things top speeds like 32 miles an hour on a good day.
Yeah, that's pinned.
Yeah,
before it overheats, before it throws track, before all the other issues. What's crazy to me, I don't think people really process the early invasion veterans. We're supposed to be the greatest fighting force in the world, right? This is what we've been told. This is on all the commercials and all this other bullshit. And I talked to a lot of the invasion Marines and soldiers. No armor.
Yeah.
The equipment that we sent our whole entire best military fighting force in the world to go fight this war, nothing was prepared. I mean, I didn't get to Iraq till 2005, and we were still modifying shit. You'd still see things welded on and the poles and all that crazy stuff. I mean, obviously there's things that you're going to have to adapt to, like the piano wire getting hung across streets, to decapitate guys like that. I get you have to pivot on, but the fact that we were over there putting sandbags on the floor and soft shell Humvees.
Yeah. Dude, I got issued a Vietnam style flak vest because they didn't have enough of the newer style IBAs.
So you're in the big one that like folded over?
It's just like sand in it. That's all it is. So, I mean, it was way lighter than what the other dudes had, right? They got those plates that are super heavy. They're probably like 8 or 10 pounds for 7.62. And I'm just rocking this freaking Vietnam style freaking flak vest for like probably the first 3 or 4 months.
No, that's what I'm talking about. Like, nobody thinks about the shit. We're just going to send all of our military vehicles to a war, and not one general was like,
should we prepare for
we
this?
should probably put some armor on these Humvees that have been sitting in the States for the last 10 years. Like, how did this not? We have all the time. We have all the resources. You mean to tell me sending all of our vehicles there with just soft armor or flapping material on the doors was our best option?
Look at the guys that are making the decisions to send us over, right? Like,
Yeah.
they don't give a shit. They got plans to make a fuck ton of money.
100%.
And that's about it.
I mean, it makes sense now as an adult going through the war, maturing and looking at our government of how it's actually built. And you're like, oh. The only thing that makes sense to me is the government contracts that our politicians are getting into and dipping their hand into. And they're like, yeah, war, yeah, go, send them. And that's how you end up overseas in a softback Humvee patrolling through Baghdad.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the only thing that makes sense to me in that era. Like that whole entire beginning of the war until dudes were getting turned to Swiss cheese and they were like, oh, we should probably get better armor on these vehicles. It's like,
yeah. Well, and what changed it was there was Donald Rumsfeld, who's the Secretary of Defense at the time. He goes somewhere overseas. I know he's not in Iraq. He's somewhere in Kuwait, I believe. And they have this big press conference, and he's up there in front of a bunch of soldiers and Marines and asks people if they have any questions. And one soldier gets up and he's like, hey, why did you send us over here with vehicles that have no armor? And this was like on CNN and like all the big freaking channels. So at that point, that's when they're like, oh, fuck. Now the people know that we sent them over there unprepared. And then that's when they started putting out like the M1114s, the upgraded Humvees.
yeah.
They had us bolting like it was reactive armor onto the Bradleys. So
those boxes, weren't they like the square?
Yeah, it would add like 7,000 pounds onto the Bradleys. But I guess the way it worked is if they shot an RPG at it, like it would explode and push the blast
So
outward.
they said. Has anybody ever witnessed this?
No. Dude, no.
Okay, that's not just me, but you always hear about this reactive armor. And you're like, well, that vehicle just got turned to Swiss cheese. Like, where's the reactiveness on this?
Yeah, more than anything, dude, it was just like in the rainy season, those vehicles were sinking in the mud. And then we were out there recovering them. Track is getting thrown because they're just too heavy. Transmissions are getting burned out. Engines are blowing up because they're not built for it.
No. Knee-jerk reaction. Yeah. I bet you after that soldier asked that question on national TV, the ripple effect that went through all chain of commands was probably felt throughout 100%. The whole entire military of all branches, because that's how it works. When something gets called out like that, then it's that we need to fix this. And now this is why we're up for the next 2 weeks straight, no sleep, welding shit and bolting stuff on because some asshole PFC asked a question that wasn't supposed to, and then screwed the whole entire military into bolting and welding shit onto their vehicles. That's exactly how that happens.
Oh yeah. And then the stuff that they did come out with, like those 1114s, they didn't put much research. They kept the same engine, they kept the same drivetrain, and then they add thousands of pounds of armor onto it. No fucking air conditioning, and it's 130 degrees, and they've got inch thick windows
that don't
people
go down.
Are dying. Yeah, that don't roll down.
That you're driving with your leg, prop the door open to get a breeze in there.
Or dudes are swapping out in the turret just so they can freaking stick their head out in the wind.
How that's just why when these government, and this is where when I tell people like, dude, you're flying around in a Black Hawk, literally every single thing in that bird went to the lowest bidder.
Right.
People don't think about that shit. It's like, oh, hey guys, we're going to be fighting in this desert environment. We should probably add an AC unit to all of these vehicles. Like that should just be standard. And now you get like one in a platoon and it didn't even work 90% of the time.
And that was another thing. Like they were not designed for, like, all these vehicles were not designed for the dust that's over there, right? They were designed for more like the jungle warfare, like Vietnam. So these air filters were getting clogged up, freaking destroying engines. It was a pain in the ass for mechanics, man. Like we were working around the clock.
See, yeah, and that's interesting your point of view, because I was just a driver or, you know, a gunner. So we just all gas, no brake, destroy these things. And we're like, hey, you need to come fix it. Something's wrong. And you were probably just, oh my God, it was daily. Did you guys even have any ever downtime or what?
We would a little bit, but there was times where like trucks that would have parts that were supposed to, you know, be coming to us, they get hit with IEDs, so they never show up. So we end up like cannibalizing other vehicles to make, you know, some vehicles work. So then we just have like skeletons of Bradleys sitting out there. And
cannibalizing vehicles in the military in our era was one of the most, that was like just a normal practice. You'd see a vehicle down, or at least for us, especially in Marines, like we'd see, because the Army, no offense, the Army isn't the best at securing their property and watching their property. You guys just think because you're on an Army base, you'll just,
it's good to go.
You guys got, and then when the Marines are just, like we're like, oh, there's a fucking Humvee over there. Like, what are we? And we're just scrapping everything we could off Army vehicles and stealing everything, because there was never any watch. Nobody ever watched.
Oh yeah.
Okay, this is a crazy Army story. I don't even know if I should tell this story.
Go for it, dude.
Yeah, we can. It's been enough time. So we're on this base. It's an Army base, and it would boggle my lifting partner and I's mind. Every night we'd go work out in this base. All the Army dogs would just set their rifles on the outside of the door. And we would look, and I'm talking full kitted out, like M4s, ACOGs, laser, everything on these things. And we're looking at these things like, what the fuck is, they're just on the outside of the door of the gym, even though they're on the base. So my buddy and I, we come up with this whole entire plan. We're like, okay, we're going to grab these things. We're going to grab one each, trash bag them. We're going to CLP, spray diesel, CLP, some sort of something on these things. We're going to wrap them in trash bags, and we're going to bury them in these berms until we leave. And then that way, when the base shuts down, because obviously that's what's going to happen. Like we had this thing all planned out. We ended up finding this. I'll get to this. But anyways, we had the dude dialed on this. And right before we go to do this, my buddy's like, I don't know if this is a good idea, dude. Like, we might end up in prison for this. And I was like, I don't give a fuck. I'm taking one of these ARs. Like, this thing is kitted out. We didn't end up going through with it. But
that's good. Because those guys would have got fucked.
Oh, hardcore. They would have shut the whole base down.
Yeah.
And so what we decided to do instead, when we would leave the gym at night, typical Army fashion, all of your guys' guidons would be stuck in these little guidon holders, like your platoon flags, and they would all just be left outside at night. And for us in the Marine Corps, like, dude, the guidon, you're
protected.
Oh, you will kill somebody.
It's like a secure or sensitive items.
100%. If somebody and you're not in your platoon has your platoon flag, it's immediate fist fight, all out. Like that's how like we were raised in the Marine Corps. So my buddy and I would walk back from the gym every night on this base, and all these guidon flags. I'm like, yo, we're taking these. And next to my vehicle, there was a pipe in the ground, and I ended up dropping a rock down it one day, and it just forever. I don't even know how deep it went. So we would take these guidons every night, take the flags off, and then put the guidon shaft, drop them down these holes. Dude, when we're done, I'll show you. It might be in storage. I have a bunch either here in storage, and I have all of these Army guidon flags that we would just go through because nobody would ever watch them. And it was like one of those things, like if you're going to be this blatant and leave it, I'm taking this shit. So yeah, a few weeks after Marines being on that Army base, they started locking shit down.
It took them a few weeks to fucking figure it out.
Every night, bro, we just walk through their little Quonset huts, and I'd be like, there's one, schwink, and I just pull the whole shaft and just walk right back and pull the flag off. Down the hole it went.
And this was in Iraq or?
We were either in Iraq or just cross Iraq back into Kuwait. It was on our way home. Okay. So I think it might have been Kuwait because that's where the M4s, I think it had to have been there, but we knew it was going to get the whole base was going to get put on lockdown because you lose anything.
Yeah.
And
I was going to say to do that shit in Iraq, like we never had any guidons we were carrying around. Or
no. Yeah, it was on a big army base, but it was interesting. It always blew my mind though, because like in the Marine Corps, dude, you're one arm distance from a rifle. It's like a game. If you could get somebody, so everybody's so paranoid all the time and, you know, freaks out over losing something. And then we would just walk up to the gym and there'd be, I'm talking 15 rifles just right in the doorway right there. And every night I'd just look at my buddy. I'm like, yo, I'm coming up on one of these. He was in until the last minute, but anyways, off on that tangent. But so what was deployment like? I mean, you're just fixing shit all day. Are you leaving the wire? Are you guys getting incoming? Like what's life like in 2003 in Iraq?
Yeah, so most of it was like convoying up to, because we already knew that we were going to go to the Tikrit area.
Okay.
So getting up there, like I said, it took a few weeks.
Yeah.
So we would find a spot every night and just circle the wagons, and we're sleeping in our vehicles. And we don't really see much happen because we had, I want to say it was third ID that went before us. We were fourth ID. So they kind of cleared a path. And at that time, there's no IEDs or anything.
Yeah, this is
so
pre
very
all that.
new on into it. But we end up getting up to Tikrit, where we take over. There's like this train station. We end up set up a bunch of like HESCO baskets and concertina wire and all that. And that becomes where our company is, Charlie Company 112. And I get to go out of the wire quite a bit with the dudes. I was kind of one of the guys, like I got along with everybody. So I'm going on some of the raids, just taking my tool bag with me. And, you know, if fucking anything breaks down, I'm there to help out. There was one time at the train station. So we had one of the villages nearby, one of the sheiks, or I guess like the mayor of the little village. They bring us a whole meal, and up to this point, it's probably like 3 or 4 months in, we had just been eating MREs, and that was it. So our guts are pretty like we're good with MREs, but introducing anything else. Yeah. We end up all getting dysentery from the food that they bring, like a bunch of goat and then vegetables and the bread that they make. And then we find out later that they fertilize their vegetables with human shit. So all of us, the entire company, ends up with dysentery. Like guys are shitting their pants, throwing up. I remember being on rooftop watch. So we had to climb up on top of the train station, and we do like a 2 or 3 hour just rooftop watch. And I've got an IV bag, just super fucked up, doing rooftop watch with an IV bag.
You're doing security on a roof with an IV bag because you guys are that sick.
Bro, everybody was down.
Dysentery's I had it in Afghan. It was, I lost so much weight.
Oh, yeah.
Damn, dude.
And where we were at, so the water would turn on like maybe once every week or so. So we'd have like one faucet on in the train station, and guys would be paying attention to it. And when it turned on, there was some showers in there. Like everybody would run in, and we'd shower in our uniforms real quick and then take them off and clean our bodies. But dude, for the longest time, you see dudes with shit stains down the back of their pants because like couldn't clean it.
This is why I tell people to go into the trades, bro.
Oh yeah.
go be a lineman.
Good life experience makes a good story, right?
Yeah, 20 years later, we can laugh about it. But not what you got.
Sucked ass at the time, man.
Crusty freaking mac and cheese sprayed everywhere inside of your drawers. But, horrible, dude. That's the military, though. How long were you guys sick for?
Dude, I want to say it was probably like 3 or 4 days, maybe a week. Like some guys had it worse than others, but yeah, it was rough. And then towards the end of mine, I was like starting to feel better. And then this one night, so we had the train station, and then to the rear of it was the railroad tracks, and it was kind of looked like a subway. Where you'd have the platform, and then it would drop down, and then there's the tracks, and then go back up. Yeah. And then there was a tunnel that would go underneath it. and one of the platoons would stay in the tunnel. But our shitters were on the other side of the tracks. So they're just like the plywood little outhouses that we built. And then, you know, the half 50-gallon drums that we just shit and piss in. So one night, it's late at night, my guts are freaking bubbling. So I go back there. As I'm taking a shit, like I hear a thump, and then I can see like a flash on the outhouse wall in front of me. And I'm just like, oh, fuck. Because we had gotten like a little bit of mortar action at that point. But this one doesn't sound like a mortar. I hear like a whistling. Ends up being a 90 millimeter recoilless rifle that they shoot at us. And I hear it. Man, I'm like mid shit, just pull my drawers up and I'm trying to boogie up this hill. It blows up probably like 30, 40 yards away from me. And then as I get to the top of the hill, dudes are on the other side. They start firing at where this rocket came from. So I have to drop down and fucking low crawl to get to this tunnel. And finally get to the tunnel, and I get underneath, go to the other side, and I remember seeing this lieutenant. This was like the real first like action, I guess you want to call it, firefight that we had seen. And this infantry lieutenant is just like staring at what's happening, and he's just got that like deer in the headlights look. And we've got guys that are on the opposite side of the tracks returning fire. And then you got guys on our side of the tracks that are shooting right over their head. And I'm like, LT, you need to fucking get these guys, like, they're going to shoot one of our own dudes. And he just looks at me like shocked, doesn't know what the fuck to say or do.
That's terrifying.
Yeah. And I'm like, fuck, man, this is guy, he's an infantry LT. But they end up getting on a Bradley and they just start firing the 25 Mike. They get everybody to cease fire with their M16s and then just start lighting up wherever it was coming from with the 25 Mike, which later the next day they just found that they had like blown up a couple donkeys and that's about it. Oh, you know, because what they would do is just
shoot and scoop.
Haji would, just shoot and then they're fucking out of there. Usually have it like mounted in the back of a truck or something.
Yeah.
So they're gone way before we even start returning fire.
Oh, they're gone before everybody's out of the rack and Fire Watch has even called it in. Yeah, they're already out of there, which doesn't stop everybody from shooting in every direction anyways.
Fuck yeah, everybody wants to get some trigger time. But so this goes on for a while, like where we just end up being on security, 360 security. Meanwhile, I haven't wiped my ass at all. So it's like several hours. And dude, I end up with the worst freaking like rash in my ass for the next few weeks. Like it was the worst.
Oh my God.
That's probably one of my funny stories from Iraq. But
God, dude, people don't think of that stuff.
Yeah.
They don't think like it. And then the rash, and then, well, at least kind of fortunately for you, it's not like you're going on a foot patrol every day. So you're just.
But it's still hot as fuck. And like, dude, it just sucks to walk. Like,
this is '03, right? So you guys don't even have like the baby wipes that ended up coming out eventually.
Shit, I can't even remember. I think we did have baby wipes.
You have some?
Like at that point we had people sending them to us. Like we were getting care packages occasionally.
Okay.
And baby wipes was, that
gold.
was how we would shower.
Bathe, everything. That's another thing that people don't really think about is living off of baby wipes and warming them up. And man, I've talked about, I had a buddy on that him and I were deployed together, and we found these baby wipes in front of our chaplain's office. He just he had these cases in front of on the base. On the little fob they were living at. So when we go back to the fob to resupply, we'd always run to the chaplain's little tent because he had like chapstick. And dude, we found these baby wipes, and they were like
big ones,
the
dude.
big thick ones.
Dude, those were gold, man. Those were awesome.
We'd fist fight somebody for those.
Hell yeah.
We'd warm them up, and it's like you're just so bad.
It's like a warm bath, dude.
Yeah, bro. You could do a whole body with one of those. It was gnarly. But that's the stuff that. It's just part of life. I mean, the fact that you're calling home and what do you need? Baby wipes.
Yeah.
Baby wipes. Send me baby wipes.
Yeah.
Life. That and chapstick.
Yep.
Because you
Well,
want
at
to
that time, dude, we didn't even have like access to phones or anything. So it was just, we're just writing letters and, you know, snail mail, freaking.
The good old days.
Yeah.
So how long was that deployment?
That one was a year. Ended up being a year or a little bit longer.
Okay.
But that was one of those, you know, they told us initially, yeah, we'll probably be there for 6 months. And then 6 months in, they're like, hey, it turns out we're going to be here a little longer. They wouldn't give us like a specific time, but yeah, ended up being a year total.
That sucks.
Yeah.
And how long were you back before you went on your second deployment?
So we get back to the States and they're already telling us, hey, we're going to be shipping back like 10 months.
Ew.
So typical military dudes, we go straight into the partying. I drink pretty heavy for like 3 months.
Okay.
And I'm getting in fights in bars, getting kicked out of bars.
Because now you got a chip on your shoulder. You got that.
Well, and I'm just a bad drunk.
Okay.
Like,
all right. Yeah, that helps.
Yeah. So driving them back onto base, you know, just blackout drunk, not remembering how the fuck I even got home or how my car got there. I'm like, I don't know how the freaking gate guard let me in because
That's
I had
terrifying.
to be hammered.
Yeah.
So when I had one of those nights where I'm just like, holy shit, that happened. And it was another one of those like wake up, clarity, come to Jesus.
Why though?
moments.
What was different about that night?
Because I was on this runner for such a long time that I saw the path that I was going down and I felt it. Like my body was just wrecked. My brain was wrecked. I didn't like it. Mm-hmm. Like even when I was younger in my teenage years, doing all the stuff that I was doing, like in the back of my mind, I never liked the stuff that I was doing. I didn't like the lifestyle, but it was like,
A switch.
I just get sucked into it and that was life.
Oh,
so yeah, I end up walking into a church on base and just like praying. I don't even know like what denomination this church was. I just sat in there and kind of listened and then went sober from that was in August 2004. Went sober and then we deployed. I want to say it was November.
Okay.
November 2005, somewhere around there. I can't remember exactly.
Yeah. I'm horrible days.
Yeah, I ended up going back over 2005 to 2006.
Where were you guys at?
So we go back to the same place. We're like right in the same TWP area.
Okay.
Not at the train station, but we've got this other, it's like an old military base that we end up, it's like I want to say our whole battalion was there. So we end up staying there for the whole year.
What was that tempo like of that deployment?
So that one was a lot more intense as far as the like suicide bombers, IEDs. But I had a sergeant first class at that time that was unwilling to let any of us go outside the wire. So it was very rare that I did get to because he's like, nope, your job as a fucking mechanic. You're going to stay in here and fix vehicles. That's it. So unless we had to go out and do like recoveries on vehicles, like we're staying inside the wire.
That sucks.
Yeah, dude.
That's brutal being trapped on a
awful.
base for a year like that.
And yeah, but so that tour really wasn't nothing compared to, you know, the first one.
For sure. So when you get back, now you've done your 2 times. It's 2006-ish. When did you get? Do you remember when you got back in 2000? Actually,
I want to say it was around 2000, like November 2006-ish.
We had to have crossed paths in Iraq. I mean, not literally, but yeah, we were there at the same time.
There at the same time.
Yeah, because I was 05, 06, 06, 07. Yeah, so we were probably in the same year. What was to crit by? Was that, what was near there?
So Tikrit was Saddam's home city. There was a lot of smaller villages like Riyadh.
What else is around? I'm trying to think.
Dude, I can't even remember all those freaking. I was looking at Atlas the other day, but
all
those crazy names.
Yeah. So afterward, what was your transition like? Were you ready to get out when you got back from your second deployment? Was your time up, or were you?
No, I actually re-enlisted. You know, they were offering up $10,000 bonuses, so I was like, "Fuck yeah!" Mm-hmm. And I kind of went into like I was still sober, But then I started going into like doing extreme sports stuff, like chasing the adrenaline. So riding dirt bikes, riding BMX, snowboarding. And then I was getting to the point where I was doing like really reckless shit and getting injured a bunch. So one point I'm riding BMX, like I'm doing the skate park stuff and do this jump, go over the handlebars, fracture my chin, dislocate my jaw, like chip a couple of my teeth, go into the ER. ER gives me a whole bunch of Percocet. And then I go to see the dentist the next day to get my tooth fixed. That guy gives me a shit ton of Percocet. So I've got like all this Percocet. And like I was telling you earlier, my kind of the way I react to this stuff is like something that feels good, man. I just want to keep going with it. So I started getting hooked on the pain pills. And I continued doing the reckless shit, even more doing like dirt bike stuff, end up like breaking my collarbone, dislocating my shoulder. And then they just are feeding me pain pills. This time I'm in E5. So I've got guys under me and I start like with pain meds, the narcotic pain meds. I have like a roller coaster of emotions, but like my patience is very, like I've got a short fuse.
Okay.
So I had soldiers that I just didn't get along with, and I would fly off the handle. And so some of my higher ups started noticing. They send me to go see a therapist. And during that meeting with the therapist, I was struggling a lot with finances at the time. So I tell the therapist, like, you know, there's some times where I feel like just driving my car off the side of the road. And that was like, all right, you're going to the freaking nut ward. Like, give us your shoelaces, your belt, all that stuff.
They put you in a psych ward?
Yeah. And what was crazy, like, it's a civilian psych ward / rehab.
Okay.
So I'm like the only military dude in there, and it's just a bunch of random civilians that are, you know, trying to get off whatever drugs they're on or have serious like mental health issues.
What's that like?
Dude, it was insane. It was not enjoyable at all. I was one of those guys, like, even though I was fucked up on pain meds, like I still took a lot of pride in my job. I was the guy that, man, I'm shining my boots every night. I'm pressing my uniform, like trying to do a good job. And I take pride in everything. So once I end up in there, man, it just like totally broke my confidence.
Why is that? Why do you think?
I was so worried about what everybody else thought. You know, in my mind, I'm like, I'm going to go back and everybody's going to be like, oh, Sergeant Smith was in, you know, fucking psych ward. He's Looney Tunes.
Okay.
And yeah, my confidence just dropped. Went sober for a little bit off the pills, but then jumped right back into it. Like, it was so easy to get pain meds from the military at the time. Like, this is 2006, 2007. So they're just handing it out like candy. And we're spinning up to go on another deployment. So anybody that's injured, I mean, this is just kind of my perception of it. They were like, we'll avoid surgery with any of these guys and just throw them on pain meds so they can maintain until they get back from the deployment.
That sounds healthy.
So, right.
I don't want to skip over this because I'm just always fascinated by psych wards. Like, what's going on? What was your day like when so you go to this therapist, you tell her that you make a comment how you might want to drive your car off a cliff or whatever, right? And then you find yourself in a psych ward. What's the day-to-day like inside of there?
So a lot of it was just being isolated. I didn't really socialize with any of these people. But then we would
crazy in there.
There was a few, man, that, you know, they're walking around drooling on themselves, freaking just yelling at nobody.
I mean, you're just at night, just hearing people screaming and stuff.
Oh,
Is
yeah.
it just like in the movies?
Very similar. This one for sure was, yeah.
You're not.
You would have thought
it
it would have like scared me straight.
Yeah, you're not freaking out like listening to all this.
So younger, being like in my teens, I had been to a lot of rehabs, like inpatient stuff. So reality, like, it wasn't anything new for me. Now it's just like I'm in the military and I'm in one of these. So I had witnessed it before.
That's interesting. Okay.
But yeah, so then it'd be like group therapy.
And you're the only vet.
Talking about shit, yeah. And I don't remember there being any like individual therapy.
Yeah.
From what I remember, it didn't seem like it was real structured. It was more of just here's our meal times, here's some outside time, here's our group time. That's about it. I was reading books. And
how long were you in there for?
I want to say it was about a week.
Okay, that's not. I don't want to say too bad, but a week could be.
Yeah, it seems like eternity when you're in there.
Yeah. Yeah. So you get out and go back to your unit. What was the vibe like?
For me, like I said, I don't know if everybody knew about it.
Yeah.
Just Sergeant Smith had been gone. But in my mind, I'm like, everybody fucking knows.
For sure.
Everybody knows that I had this drug problem. Everybody knows that, that I was suicidal. And like I said, my confidence was just gone. I wasn't the same anymore. And then my way of coping was, let me get back into the pills, because that just numbs everything.
And they give them out like freaking Pez in the military.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so are you a high? You consider yourself like a high functioning addict at this point, or is it just for like recreation?
On the pain
pills?
meds, yeah, I'm like high functioning addict. Where with alcohol, like if I drink that, like I'm just non-functioning.
Yep.
But yeah, so I was still able to do the job and function for the most part as, an NCO. But it ends up to where I just am so fucked up on the pills, and like it causes a lot of like depression. There's times where I don't have pills, so I start going through withdrawals, which, it's pharmaceutical heroin.
Yeah, 100%.
So going through the withdrawals, I'm not showing up to work, end up getting med boarded out. They put the PTSD stamp on it, and I had 6 years in. Yeah. So.
Okay. So that's a huge blow to morale, to who you are as a man. I could imagine now all of a sudden one day hey, you're too messed up for us, even though we put you through all this, now you're out.
Yeah.
So did that turn for the worst? I mean, how did you take that news that you're getting med boarded out?
Yeah. So like I said, I took a lot of pride in being in the military and how well I did. Cause like I got my E5 at like 3 years in, I was pretty high speed for the most part. And then, it just crushed me. So instead of trying to fix things, I just dug the hole even deeper. So then when I get out, I've got all the friends and family that are like, oh my God, you've been to war. And the VA, the same thing, like, you've been to war. Like, and then I start buying into it and start getting into that like victim mentality where I'm like, yeah, you know what? Like, I've been to war. I'm fucked up. And so the VA starts feeding me a bunch of more pills.
Shocker.
One of them, right, that's their way to fix things. One of them being clonazepam, which it's an anti-anxiety. It's Klonopin or clonazepam.
Okay.
But I had no idea at the time when they gave it to me that your body becomes extremely dependent on it, body and mind. And I'm living in Laramie, Wyoming at the time, and the VA is in Cheyenne, which is like, like 30 miles away. So at one point, there's this big snowstorm. I run out of clonazepam. They can't get any meds over to me because of the snow. And I go through serious withdrawals, like crazy anxiety attacks, can't leave my apartment, like for almost a week.
And you're out of the military
at this point. Now I'm civilian life. I started doing this school, which is Wyotech, which was a like mechanic school. Yep. I was going there to get like business and mechanic education.
And now you're hardcore detoxing off of everything the military has created.
For the most part, like I'm detoxing off the clonazepam only because
snowstorm.
I don't have a choice.
Damn.
So I talked to the psychologist that prescribed it to me, and I'm like, hey, this is pretty fucked up. Like, this really sucks. Are you sure I should be on this? She's like, oh, yeah, don't worry about it. Like, this won't happen again. So I jump back on it, and I'm taking it as prescribed. I didn't really like it because it made me tired. I take it twice a day. It was like 1 in the morning and 1 at night. But yeah, I take it for almost 3 years. And I end up leaving Wyoming. Like, I leave the school. I don't do well in it because I start fucking around with drugs and stuff again. Go back to Reno and meet up with a girl that I'd known in high school. I find out that she's getting prescribed massive amounts of narcotic pain meds, this Norco.
Yep.
And I start playing the poor me story, like, you know, my knee hurts, I got back pain. So she starts giving them to me. And long story short, we end up getting married because the VA will no longer give me the pain meds. So she puts me on her insurance by us getting married so I can go see the doctor that she's seeing and get more pain meds.
Oh, what could possibly go wrong with this?
Yeah. So it gets really bad to where I'm taking like anywhere between 30 to 50 pills a day, just nonstop. Yeah. And I'm not working at all because I'm getting my disability from the VA, which at that point I was like 70%.
Okay.
And then she's working full time and she has a son, which I end up adopting later on, but you know, I'm trying to play dad. And it gets so bad that I end up like stealing pills from her to include like Xanax. And one day I go down to Walmart and pick up her prescription, which is this big ass bottle of Norco. And I never tell her that I get it. And I end up burning through all this Norco. Damn. We get in a huge fight. And during that time, kind of like I was telling you when we were talking earlier, like I was doing all kinds of crazy shit, like huffing the dust off stuff. Like I would just sit in this den room and watch movies all day, play back the poor me war stories and huff dust off and eat pills. Like
you're that bad. You're huffing air in a can.
Yeah. Dude. And that stuff, like, I'm sure it caused brain damage, but I'm so fortunate that like I'm still even walking and talking because that stuff is gnarly.
Damn, it was that bad, huh?
Yeah, yeah.
You're lucky, bro.
So lucky, so lucky.
That
even luckier, like what happens later on. But
I mean, the fact that you said on what 50 pills a day plus huffing air. What else are you doing? If you're huffing air, you're doing all kinds of other shit, aren't you?
You know what's crazy is like I never got back into drinking.
It was just pills?
Yeah, it was just pills. Like I had sworn off booze. But I was totally okay. Like in my mind, I'm like, it's cool. I'm not drinking anymore. So
it wears off quicker.
Yeah. I'm not an alcoholic.
As long as I'm not an alcoholic, I'm good. Huffing air here in a can. It's way better for me.
Yeah.
Damn, dude. You got in deep then on that.
Oh, yeah.
It was just, are you just trying to numb? Are you just running? Are you just chasing the.
Yeah. Well, so, I mean, it started out as like numbing everything.
Okay.
And then it turns into just trying to avoid getting sick, getting the withdrawals. Because it is so fucking nasty going through the withdrawals.
Oh, like, for sure.
I wouldn't wish that shit on my worst enemy.
I've had some buddies that I've had some pretty deep conversations about like hardcore withdrawals, and that scared them more than to stop ever getting back into it just from the withdrawals. But then some people, you hear them, they're like, "Oh, I've gone through 20 rounds of withdrawals on hardcore over the years." You're like, "Oh my God!" It's just once. If that's your sin and it's got your hooks in you, I guess it doesn't matter. But so how long did this phase of pills, huffing air, all of this chapter last? This only goes for so long.
So it goes from probably like late 2008 until February 2010.
Okay.
So the wife and I get in a huge fight. At some point, she has a suicide attempt where she takes a bunch of Xanax and goes totally unconscious, which is right in front of her son. And we've got her on the ground, like in front of the driveway, freaking with paramedics over her. She ends up going to the hospital. They never put her on a legal hold or anything, which they typically do for folks that make a suicide attempt. Mm-hmm. She comes back, and then, of course, the arguing and all that shit starts again. But while she was in the hospital, I started drinking again. I went down to the store, picked up some of the, I think at the time they had the drinks that were like energy and booze mixed together.
Sparks.
That's it. Yeah. Dude.
Was it?
It was like the orange and silver can.
Bro, we used to drink that at work all the time. That was our go-to. We'd go get Sparks and tell all of our NCOs it was an energy drink.
Dude.
Yeah.
And it was like 8% alcohol or something.
Dude, you got tore up on a few of them. Yeah. They were god awful throwing those up. But yeah, Sparks was a staple back in the day.
Yeah, dude. So
God.
So I start drinking, and then I'm also using pills and all that shit still. And I remember this just kind of came to me like a few weeks ago, but I remember being up in our bedroom and just being at like the lowest point ever where I just hated life. I had run out of narcotic pain meds. So I was snorting her Xanax in the bathroom. And I remember being so low that, like, I'd grown up in a family where we were Christian, but I just never gotten into it. And I got down on my knees and, dude, I prayed, like, God, if you get me out of this, like, I swear to God, I will never do any of this again. And at the time, like, meant it from the bottom of my heart, man. Like, I was struggling big time. And a couple days later, we get in a fight. She kicks me out. So I go to a motel room, get a gallon of freaking White Wolf for like Albertsons brand vodka, got all my pills with me, and I'm like, this is it, fuck it. And I just take all my pills and start drinking. Blackout. I remember trying to call like one of my buddies, only because I remembered his phone number from childhood. Like I was calling their home phone.
Yeah.
Nobody answered there. And then I don't remember doing it, but I called my mom, and somehow they were able to figure out where I was at. Got into the hotel room, and I just remember a glimpse, just a moment in time, laying on the floor. I think the paramedics were giving me a sternum rub, and I opened my eyes and kind of came out of it for a little bit. And then it goes black. Then I end up waking up like 3 days later in the hospital. Just, man, got so lucky. So fucking lucky that I survived it. Because I'd taken a fuck ton of the clonazepam, Xanax.
Damn.
And then I don't know how much I drank.
Enough.
Yeah.
So you're randomly calling your mom saved your life. And you never asked her how they tracked you down?
No idea. The only thing I can think is somehow they transferred the fucking, because it was on a cell phone, and they were able to ping it, or somehow I was able to tell her. I don't know.
Damn.
But yeah.
Okay, so now that was this rock bottom for you?
Oh, fuck yeah. Yeah, that was.
Because rock bottom always has a basement.
Yeah. So once they stabilized me in the hospital, I'm at a civilian hospital. Then they transfer me to the VA, where they throw me on the 5th floor psych ward and spend like 5 or 6 days there just detoxing from all the pills. They don't really give you anything or do anything to help you. They give you this pill hydroxyzine, which is basically Benadryl, and that's about it. And
you got to ride it.
Dude, it was the worst, like 5 or 6 days of my life, just going through those withdrawals. I just remember sweating through my sheets, like stomach cramps, like crazy, throwing up, like shitting, like it's just so bad.
Hell.
But it was enough that, like, dude, to this day, fuck that. I am never putting any of that shit in my body again.
Damn.
So since that suicide attempt, I've been clean and sober.
And what year was that?
2010.
Good for you.
So 16 years. It
Good
was
for
16
you.
years in February. Yeah.
Good for you, man.
But it took like 90 days, probably like 3 or 4 months for that clonazepam to like clear my system.
So you didn't have an urge for it anymore?
I didn't have an urge for it, but my brain, I felt like I was living in a dream. Like I couldn't go outside my house because I would just have these extreme anxiety attacks.
No shit.
Yeah.
And here the VA, bro. This is... I don't even know if I want to get started on that, but like they just force all this shit on us. And then what happened, Gabe?
Right.
Where did it all go wrong? Instead, nobody's ever sat down. Nobody's ever talked to you. No one's ever just got to the root of anything, taken the time to just listen and said, here's your prescription. I talk about it all the time, dude. I went to here in Boise, I went to the VA to do like my initial check-in years ago and saw the doctors, got poked and prodded, all that shit. And the last doctor was like, all right, here's your scripts. Go to the desk and pull a number, and they'll give you what you need. And I'm like, what do I need? I'm like, I thought this was just I'm like, okay, whatever. I don't think anything of it. I go pull a little number, and they call my name, and I go up there, and dude, this pharmacist,
Just bags.
2, not full grocery, like a grocery bag, but paper bags, like a big lunch sack paper bag, 2 of them full. And they're stapled shut, and they got the little thing on it. And I'm looking at these things, and I'm like, I literally go, this is for me? Right. She's like, yeah, this is what the doctor's prescribed. And I was confused. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, okay. And I get in my truck, I throw them in my passenger seat, I walk in the house, and the wife is like, give me them. Dude rips those bags open, and she's like, nope, nope, nope. And we went through and started looking at the side effects and shit on that. She's like, oh, it may cause suicidal thoughts and tendencies. This one counters that one. This one causes gut issue. And we were just, I'm like, I'm better off taking this than I am now. Like, there is no way. But a lot of guys just don't think. And there's like, oh, this is the VA. This is what they prescribe me. This is what I need to be taking because they say this is what I have to be on. And nobody's doing any evaluations on these guys. They don't even know what dosage they give us half the time. And you hear about these guys that are...
It's just experimenting.
It's all experimenting. And these guys go on these huge episodes, end up arrested in different states. We hear all the stories, and then all come to find out, like, oh, I should have been on 10 milligrams instead of 30. It took me 3 years to figure this out. I mean, I just had a buddy here, and he was telling me it took a year and a half, 2 years to figure out his med levels. And they weren't even, there was like, oh, try this. And he'd get on them and have some bipolar breakdown experience. And they'd be like, oh, let's just give you more or less.
Like, I don't even remember going and sitting with an actual therapist to talk about the things that were going on. Every time it was a psychologist that was like, how'd those meds work that we gave you last time?
Yeah. How'd you feel?
Let's turn it up a little bit. Like, there was no, like, hey, what, like you said, what is actually going on?
What is the root of this problem? Let's dig into this and unpack from childhood to now. Oh, cool. Hey, here's some really cool programs that we can get you. And instead here's dude, I'll never forget my buddy. He got blown up, broke almost every body or every bone in his body. He is a paraplegic,
Yeah.
Severed his spine, but like the fluid didn't drain all the way. So he was paralyzed from, I think, belly button down, but he could still have feeling and some, anyways. I'll never forget going to his house, and I needed something. I was like, dude, my back's sore. He's like, oh, I got something. He comes out in his wheelchair with a literally like a tote, a plastic bin, pops a lid on it. Dude, some of these pill bottles of like Narcos was like this. There's 200 pills in a bottle. He's like, what do you need? And he just poured them. He doesn't take any of them. He's 100%, but he keeps them. He's like, oh, I'm going to take all of them that they're going to give me. He's like, maybe one day I'll become a drug dealer, but he's like, I don't take this shit. But the amount that they would just send him, I'm like, who needs 200 narco pills in a month? But meanwhile, the VA can't send me some freaking pre-rolled joints or some edibles or give me a prescription that I can go over there and, oh, you have sleeping problems? Here's 6 different pills, but instead you can't just give me some sativa or some indica to go to bed at night?
Yeah.
Like, what's worse for these guys?
I'm sure there's something going on with pharmaceutical companies and,
there's no, I think that's 1,000,000,000%, dude.
Yeah.
That's why. I mean, imagine I've watched so many vets, especially being in the charity world, having our own organization for 12 years, watching how guys have gone through these recovery stages and then getting involved deep into some of these guys' lives and watching them get on the more herbal side of medicine versus the pills. And
It's night and day difference, man. It's
You can't even compare the two. It's like, okay, if I'm just this retarded ass Marine and I can notice these veterans and how they're going from Ozzy Osbourne, pretty much drooling on themselves, can't even talk, all pilled out, long blinking. That's the healthy way from the VA. But this guy gets a weed pen and now he hits it every time his back flares up and he's like, I'm good, let's keep rolling.
right.
You're telling me that's a healthier benefit of giving these guys hundreds of pills, and not even a couple of pills. I mean, I've walked in guys' rooms in the morning and wake up on some of our trips. Same guy, the partial paraplegic,
right.
Jared. I want him on the show. He's an incredible story. I'll never forget the first time I ever went on a trip with him. I walked in his room in the morning, knocked the door, go in, see if he's up and moving, see if he needs help with anything. Dude, he's got 14 or 15 pill bottles all lined out with the caps all in front of him. And each cap had 2+ pills in it, 2, 3, 4
Just
pills.
a daily dose.
He's like, oh, this is my breakfast.
Bro.
And I'm sitting there going, oh my. But prior to leaving, I met him and I was with his wife. And she's like, okay, when he takes these pills, here's a bag of mini Snickers. Make sure he's eating. So I'm learning these guys' routines in the early days. This is what it was like in fucking the early charity days. I have to learn their pill routines and shit. And so I'm sitting here, I'm looking at this guy. I'm like, dude, you need all this? And he's like, well, it's the VA. But eventually he ended up getting off all of it.
Nice.
Got on medicinal herbs and all that good stuff. Changed his whole entire life around. Taught himself to walk again when he told he was never going to walk again because he wanted to walk his daughter down the aisle. He's like, dude, I'm walking my daughter down the aisle. Full recovery, got off all the pills, full recovery, turned his whole life around. He's like, dude, if I was on these pills, I'd just be a zombie in my wheelchair.
Yeah. Dude, like, and it turns off your motivation for shit.
Everything.
Like all these pills, the medical field, especially in the VA, they're so stuck in like the old fucking mindset of like using the pharmaceuticals to fix shit. I mean, it's starting to get a little bit better now where they're utilizing like the ketamine treatment.
Bro, it's been 20 fucking years.
Right. Like how long is it
our
gonna
generation,
take? Yeah.
not even Vietnam vets and everybody before, because I think out of this country's not been at war for
Years,
there's only been a few, I think it was like 8 years or something like that. Something scary. But you mean to tell me all these years of war fighters that we have, and we're in 2026, and you think giving these dudes prescription pills is the best form?
And especially all the experimentation they've done, all the suicides they've seen, especially when the pills fucking side effect is suicidal ideations. And then we're feeding them to guys that, they're already struggling. Like,
Make sense. Oh, you had 3 suicide attempts. Well, okay, here's some pills. And you turn it around, may cause suicidal thoughts and tendencies. I'm a fucking retard, bro. Let's just call a spade. And even I'm sitting there going, no, absolutely not. But it's 100% what our government is. And it's all one. Everybody's getting kickbacks. And there's the pharmaceutical as soon as pharmacies have their hands in anything, you're done. It's not for the best interest of whoever they're trying to help. I don't accept the fact that we're just, this is it. Not all the years that we have and all the study and the case studies and the charities that are out doing the ketamine stuff now and the ayahuasca trips and getting guys into the mountains and all the other stuff that we have tons of case studies and research on and how it's changing lives. But meanwhile, here's 2 paper bags full of pills because the government says this is going to help you. And then now you wonder why there's more vets killing themselves. We've lost more vets. We had a guy on, his episode's going to come live. He mentioned, I wish I knew this. I haven't rewatched the episode yet, but he was stating the fact that the amount of suicides have overcome. He was showing me a chart.
Like all the deaths in Iraq and Afghanistan
now aren't even close to the suicide rates of so the suicide rates have surpassed everything that we've lost. And I think it was like all the wars he was showing me. He showed me these bar charts and it was like deaths in wars and it was like suicide. Just blew by it. It's like, insane, you mean to tell me as the government has our best interest, they're looking at that chart going, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, we're losing more now. I don't know, man. I get so frustrated. That's why it's so hard for me to want to support and encourage young kids to get into the military. It's just because they truly, if you're a patriot, and I wouldn't even get deep into this, but like if you're a patriot and you truly feel you want to defend and serve your country, dude, the military changed my life. Probably set you on some paths and learned a lot from it.
Oh, for sure.
But it's like, know what you're getting yourself into. Know that they do not care. You are a number in the system, and when you get out, fuck, good luck.
Yeah.
They don't care. That's why there's so many charities having to pop up, because if our government truly gave a shit about the war fighters that are defending it.
Oh yeah.
That's where it's like, to me, it's like, we want to fight in the VA. We don't know what to do with the VA. We don't know how to take care of all these guys. Why isn't it, if you just serve a certain amount of time, you automatically 100%? I don't care if you deployed or not. You serve your country for 8 years, cool. You get 100% rating the rest of your life. You get medical, dental. Everything's taken care of. Cool. You can go to any doctor with a VA card. That's your insurance card.
Right.
Taken care of.
Yeah.
So you can walk in any doctor at any point. Here's my VA card. Get seen, get taken care of. That way you're not waiting, making appointments. Dude, I remember I had buddies that were amputees and they're 6 months out to getting fitted on their prosthetics.
Oh, yeah, just to see, like, I don't know what your experience was with the VA, but just to see a primary care doctor was like 90 days out. So if you want to see him because you got the fucking flu or something, like, all right, 90 days. Like, fuck, well, that's helpless. That doesn't help shit.
But think about if you had a VA card, even rewind even more. Imagine if the military, you knew you served 4 or 8 years, whatever, you're going to have 100% retirement, or not retirement, but VA, served your company. That's your, hey, thank you for your service, right? Your pat on your back.
Yeah.
Imagine how many people would be signing up for the military just to have that benefit the rest of your life. Tax-free money, the rest of you're making almost $5,000 a month the rest of your life for just serving your country. Imagine the lines out the doors where now they can start being selective, picking the cream of the crop, and we would truly have the best fighting force. But here it's, you get the most trained tiered 1 operators, and then they go to the VA and they kill themselves a year after getting out.
Well, and like the doctors, I don't know if you remember or had this experience, but all the doctors that I would see at the VA were like foreigners. Like
I had a couple. I had a lot of interns, people that were training.
Right.
I had a lot of that.
So, and they treat you like cattle. It's just, you know, in and out as soon as possible. Oh, this is what's going on. All right, here's a prescription. Like, go pick it up. But yeah, it was people that had a hard time even understanding English. And that was recently. Like, I went, tried to just try the VA out again because after my experience with it, like, I'd sworn it off. But I went to one of the local VAs, and dude, it was this lady that barely even spoke English. Like, I couldn't even communicate with her. I was like, this is a fucking joke.
Yeah.
And then you got old guys going in there, like Vietnam vets that can't hear. Like, they're trying to communicate with this lady. Like, nothing is getting accomplished.
You got this old decrepit war vet and talking to some Indian woman that can't even speak English.
Yeah.
I've seen that. Yeah, I've 100%. I hate going to the VA because it's like a look into the future. I'm just looking at these just poor, broken, war-hardened vets, and I sit there and I'll look at the wife and be like, God, bro, don't ever let me get to this point. Take me out to the pasture before I'm this old man sitting in the VA depending on the government to take care of me. That terrifies me, watching the old guys in there that just don't know.
Oh, yeah.
That's scary. All right, fuck the VA. Anyways. So now that you've gone through all this process, how long you've gone through your struggles, addiction, rock bottom, get on your knees and pray, start to turn your life around. How long until you think being a cop is the next chapter for you?
So probably about like 8 or 10 months after my suicide attempt, I get a job working at a big casino in Reno as security.
Okay.
And once I start doing that, like, I really enjoy, it's kind of that similar camaraderie to the military. I do really well with confronting people, dealing with drunks.
Okay.
I just enjoy it. Like, I'm good with going hands-on with people. In the past, you know, I'd had like Taekwondo experience and mixed martial arts and stuff like that. So I feel really comfortable with it. And then I'm like, fucking, let's do law enforcement. That seems like it'd be pretty badass. But in my mind, I'm like, you know, I got a felony in the past, like suicide attempt, like all this stuff, drug use. I'm like, I don't know if it's ever going to work or not. So do security at the casino for a while, move over to a hospital where I'm doing security in a hospital. So like working in the ERs, dealing with like the craziest fucking people on the planet.
Why? What makes that the craziest?
Oh man, it's like all the psych hold people that come in off the streets that are, you know, super fucked up, either on drugs or it's like they come to the ER before they go to the psych ward.
Oh,
so they have to stabilize them. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So dealing with people that think like this one lady thought Satan was living in her vagina, and it was some guy was freaking shitting on his hand and like masturbating with it.
This is what you're dealing with?
Is
Hell no. How much are you making? Not enough.
Not enough, dude.
Yeah,
it was
not
like
enough.
$12 an hour.
I'm out. No, yeah. I'm out. That's what you're dealing with?
Oh, dude.
What else?
So there was one dude I remember that he had a TBI, not like a military dude, but some sort of TBI, and just super aggressive. And we end up fighting this dude, trying to get him into like 4-point restraints on the gurney. And this guy's just going crazy. There's probably like 4 or 5 of us. And I remember holding his arm down, and he is fighting so bad that his forearm like snaps in my hand. Like if his forearm breaks, doesn't even fucking acknowledge it, just keeps like fighting. Oh yeah, dude, it was gnarly. Not like a full like compound fracture or anything, but yeah, like this guy had a serious brain injury that just, but stuff like that. Everything from, you know, have you heard of Burning Man?
Oh yeah.
So we're really close to Burning Man.
Is that where? I guess north of.
It's probably like an hour-ish away from the hospital that I worked at, but they would take. It was the only trauma hospital in the area, but they would also bring over the people that were just like whacked out on drugs or couldn't figure out what the fuck was going on with them. So we had one dude that took way too many psychedelics and was just completely out of it. And the rooms that they have there they're like cement walls, and then they just have a gurney in the middle, and then there's, you know, doors where they can come out. But we're sitting, we have to like watch, like keep them in the rooms. There's a lady in the room next to him that she's like, hey, I need to use the bathroom. And she's freaking out of her mind. So as she's walking to the bathroom, she's like dropping little turds, like she's shitting while she's walking. And the dude that they had brought in from Burning Man, he was from like Europe or something, like, you know, had a European accent, runs out and picks up one of her turds and just throws it in his mouth and starts eating it.
No.
So they give him a toothbrush and he starts blowing on it like it's a harmonica, like just the craziest shit, man.
No, dude. There's no money in the world.
No, dude.
Nurses.
Oh, I felt bad for
clearly
nurses.
Now security guards that work at hospitals. Saints. Dude, for what they have to deal with.
Way worse, right? Like, I just need to get these people in restraints and get them controlled where, you know, like the guy that's rubbing shit all over his body, the nurse has to take him to the shower and fucking clean him off. Like, fuck that.
Catheters, that type of shit, no way.
Yeah. So, yeah, I end up doing that for a while. Do pretty good at, like, end up being a supervisor there. But meanwhile, I'm testing for every agency in the area.
Okay.
And end up testing for like 5 years because they had, I think it was after 2008 or 2009, kind of like the market crash. A lot of the departments had hiring freezes.
Okay.
So then they were only hiring like 1s and 2s. So you had like 500 to 1,000 people applying, and they're just looking for 1 or 2 to put in the academy. So then finally in 2016, I get picked up by the Reno Police Department. And it was like one of those, hey, man, we need you to come in and do all the psych tests, freaking go through the backgrounds. You got 2 weeks, and then we're throwing you in the academy. If you can't pull it off, like, then...
Next.
Yeah.
Okay.
So within 2 weeks, like, I was in the academy, and, yeah, it was freaking surreal to me because I was like, how's this fucking happening? Like, had a felony when I was a juvenile, been a drug addict, an alcoholic, like, and then to be sitting in the academy, I was always waiting for someone to come in and like snatch me out and be like, oh, sorry, we made a mistake. Like,
yes. Didn't know how you slipped through the cracks.
Here, man. Yeah.
No.
Never happened though.
And academies are usually pretty lengthy, right? 18, 20 weeks or something like that?
It was about 5 months.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the whole entire time were you just stressed out thinking that they're going to find out who you're past and kick you out of the academy?
Because I had seen them come in and grab people and then they just never show back up. Never find out why.
Okay.
But I was like, fuck, man, I'm going to be one. Like, there's no way. But.
So you make it through the academy. Now you're a police officer after all these years. Do you remember your first day on the job?
I don't remember the first day of like training. I remember the first day on my own once I got out of, because we had a 16-week, ours was like a PTO, patrol training officer or something like that.
Okay.
But yeah, first day I get called. I'm supposed to go in at, I want to say it was like 2 p.m. I was on a swing shift and they call me in the morning. They're like, hey, we need you to come in early. So started at like 10 o'clock in the morning and like nothing crazy that day. My first call was some homeless dude that was sitting outside of a shopping center that someone just wanted him gone. That was it.
You're like, here I am. This is it.
Yeah. And of course he's crazy. So having a conversation with him was pointless, but yeah, you just end up shooing him off and go on to the next call.
As a cop, how hard is it dealing with the homeless?
That's one of the most difficult part. Like for me, I would always try to talk to them, like ones that seemed like they were somewhat sane and had, at least some competence about them. I would always try to talk to them and be like, why are you in this position? Like, do you want to change? A lot of them just get comfortable in that lifestyle and they're okay with it. And a lot of it due to like drugs,
mental issues,
just being addicts. And then, the other part of it is the mental health, right? A lot of them have schizophrenia or bipolar and they just won't stay on their meds. And then they use like meth to self-medicate or alcohol to self-medicate. But it's primarily a lot of alcoholics and addicts that are living on the street. And it just becomes this like repetitive where you're dealing with the same freaking asshole over and over again. Okay.
So I like to ask paramedics and cops this. Did you have a frequent flyer?
Yeah. So there was this one chick, she was from somewhere in like the Ukraine or Czechoslovakia. I don't know. Her name was Kopi Lanka.
Okay.
But she was just insane. She would give herself haircuts and it would just be like the gnarliest haircut you ever saw. Shave her head and she'd have just patches all over the place. But she was also a meth user, super dirty, disgusting. Nobody liked arresting her because she just smelled like absolute shit. So it was like dealing with her. We would almost know when the radio call came out, like just how they described it. Like, oh, it's fucking Kopi Lanka. Like, I don't want to deal with this bitch again. Like, I remember my first, before like being a brand new cop, I had no idea who she was.
Mm-hmm.
And she is crossing this major street and it's nighttime. I was on Graveyard and she's jaywalking. So I stop her. So I get out of my patrol car and I'm like, hey, come over here and talk to me. And no idea who she is. She just starts running. So I'm like, all right, game on. I chase her, tackle her. And then I smell her and I'm like, oh, Jesus Christ. And then some of the more veteran cops showed up and they're like, oh, bro, what'd you do? I'm like, I found a meth pipe. She's got a meth pipe. She's going to jail, like, straight to jail.
That's okay. Let her have it.
They're like, all right, bro, have fun. So that was my hard lesson learning with Kopi Lanka. She later on gets hit by a car and freaking dies. Like,
no.
This was just like a few years ago. Yeah. But
I have to just ask on frequent flyers because everybody has one. And your guy in the first responder world, I feel most people have a frequent.
Oh yeah,
a frequent flyer.
There's several in Reno, like where you just know. We have this other dude, huge fucking black dude. Man, I can't think of his name, but he will spray paint like he huffs spray paint.
Oh, so
he's always got like gold or silver.
Yeah.
Like
Why is it always gold and silver?
Teeth. Yeah.
Is that like the most?
I think that's like the potent, it gets you higher.
Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel every time I've seen a cops episode, it's always gold and silver around their mouth.
Or
anyways,
maybe they're just, it looks
cheapest.
cool.
Yeah, right.
But yeah, this dude would fucking strip butt naked, and he's huge. And like, I don't know how this dude stayed in shape, but he was like in really good shape. And this guy would fight, and he was a pretty sketchy dude to deal with. But yeah, several frequent flyers like that.
I couldn't even imagine, especially in a casino town.
And there's a lot, man. Like I was telling you, they built one of the largest homeless shelters in Reno. It's called the CARES Campus. And my wife, who's a mental health professional, had done a tour of the CARES Campus. And they were telling her that they had basically put a nationwide invitation out, like, send us your homeless. And I imagine there's some sort of federal funding that the city gets, right?
100%.
Like the more homeless they have that sign their name to the freaking book, they're getting more money. But nobody wants to stay in these shelters because people are getting robbed, sexually assaulted, beat up. So they all come to live in this shelter, but then they end up on the street, just living all over the place.
So the streets are safer than the shelters for these homeless people?
Oh, yeah, 100%.
How does that make sense? It's like this Nick Shirley shit where he's like outing these daycare centers. They just slap a name on it and get federal funding, and they do not care if there's bodies in the seats or not. Like, doesn't matter.
Like, who's getting that money and where the fuck is it going? Because someone is, pocketing that shit. They're making a fuck ton of money off it.
And then they're just enabling, and then now you guys as a cop are just having to come in here and clean it up.
Oh, yeah. Like, they would set up these huge tent cities along the railroad tracks, and then we'd have these ops where we would just have to go in and clear all these people out. And we would get, like, all the homeless now, they've got, cell phones. So we get calls on 911, like, hey, the blue tent, like 3 doors down, there's a domestic going on. Like,
the homeless people are calling you on other homeless people?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Wait.
All the time. Have their Obama phones or whatever it is. Like, yeah.
That's hilarious.
But they were very like innovative too with their tents. Like some of these people would have like doors, like actual doors set up on their shelters that they build.
Run to them from somewhere.
Yeah. And then you'd have other times where they're running like, propane burners or whatever, and their freaking shit burns down with them inside of it. Like, it's gnarly, man. That lifestyle is just, I'll never understand it.
The homeless lifestyle?
The homeless lifestyle, yeah.
Yeah, I watched a documentary with this young guy, and he was trying to help these teenagers like in Long Beach and Cali somewhere try to get off the streets. And he was doing everything for him. He even invited them into his home, a couple of them, just to get them clean.
Wow.
And every single time, man, straight back to the streets.
Yeah.
Straight. And he was doing everything in his power. He documented this whole entire journey of getting in with this group of these young, I don't want to say young teenagers, but late teens, early 20s that were all, using and living that life. And he built this relationship with them. He's like, just come in and get clean, and one of them was pregnant at one point. And they all end up right back on the streets. He'd disappear for a month, and he'd find them back down Skid Row again.
Yeah.
It's a mindset, but at the same time, what chemical imbalance is off in this person to where they think, okay, yeah, the streets
like that's where they want.
That's a better option. Right. I'd rather be on the streets. I'm more comfortable there. Like clearly, there's a chemical imbalance that's off.
Well, I think for a lot of them, like that's the place that they can do their fucking drugs or drink and
be free.
It's okay. Yeah, like nobody's messing with them.
All you got to do is worry about the next fix.
Yeah.
God, dude, what a life.
But then others, like, I think that becomes their lifestyle. Like, they're just comfortable in it. Mm-hmm. Like, the idea of living in a structured world and, like, having a job and doing all that, like,
terrifies them.
They just don't want to do it. I don't know if it's laziness or they just they would rather be on fucking drugs. I don't know.
That's okay. So as a cop, in dealing with the homeless, did you ever come across somebody that legitimately wanted to get help and change their life? Do you ever deal with that?
I had like ones that would talk about it. But I don't, there's none that I can really think of that. No,
that's
not
so
as far
sad.
as like homeless and like turning it around and making a better life. No. And part of it, like after a while, you start to get so jaded with dealing with the homeless that it just, you stop caring. And that's the shitty part about it, right? Like it's just hard to care about all the people that you're dealing with because it's exhausting.
Oh, I could imagine.
You know, kind of like you were talking about with your charity, man. Like
taking everybody's burdens on.
Especially when you're seeing the same people over and over again, it just gets frustrating. You're like, fuck, man. Like, what's it going to take to get you to straighten up?
But, and so as a cop, I mean, it's probably hard for somebody to hear you say, you just get over the homeless. Like they're just a problem, but you're living in it all day, every day. It's just like these paramedics that are dealing with these fentanyl overdoses in the streets. They're literally Narcaning people 2 or 3 times in a day, the same person. Yeah. And I've talked to these, I've had them on the show and they're like, yeah, it's just part of the job and you become numb to it. So then you're kind of taking a different approach in the not so, I don't want to say inhumane way, but I would look at somebody, a bunch of cops coming in and tearing out these homeless camps and be like, damn, bro, that person's already at rock bottom. Like, do we got to fuck with them? But here you are, you're like, bro, we've dealt with this dude for the last 3 years straight. And he's caught this guy on fire, he burglarized this car. You got a rap sheet of these individuals, but we look at it from, you know, the human compassion side of things. But here you are living in the trenches with it. And it's a completely different world for you.
You just get numb to it, man. Like, because it becomes the norm. It's hard to, or I wouldn't say it's hard to have the compassion. You just kind of lose that compassion for them. Because you've dealt with it so much that it's just like the frustration.
Probably like a nurse dealing with a child coming into the ER. I mean, I'd lose my shit over watching some innocent child and they're just like, another day in the office.
Yeah.
It's the same concept in a way where you still care for the human, but it's just, you know, the outcome and that they're not going to change no matter what and how much you sit and talk to them and give them resources. And then if the resources are even working because we're just providing needles and everything else for them now to keep them in this state. So,
and then it just becomes the job, you know, this is what we do. And it's, you know, okay, arrest this guy.
Is there even a point of arresting homeless people?
So the homeless, like I would try to avoid arresting them because a lot of them, they'll try to get arrested just to go to jail for you know, 3 hots and a cot. Like, especially when it's cold. Reno, it gets really cold in the wintertime. So they will intentionally go into like casinos or different places to get trespassed and then refuse to leave so that they get arrested. You know, it's a whole little cycle they have
little
going
dog
on.
And pony that they do.
Yep.
Okay.
And if you don't arrest them at one casino and you try to cite them and send them on their way, like they're just going to the next casino, wait until security calls on
and gets arrested.
So it's like one of those, like you end up arresting them anyways.
Yeah.
And it just becomes frustrating. You're just like,
damn.
But I will say, so I hated working downtown because that's a lot of what you work with or deal with downtown is like the homeless.
Yeah.
But then when I would work like the north or the south, then you're dealing with more like the family stuff.
Okay. Domestic stuff.
Yeah. Domestic stuff or burglaries, stuff like that.
Got it.
And for me, like with my background, like from where I'd come from, I was 36 years old when I got hired on. So I had a little bit of life experience and I'd been in a lot of these people's shoes. So like I was able to have that compassion for them and be able to like talk to these people. And like one of the most fulfilling part of the jobs for me was sometimes the folks that I would arrest and they would legitimately want to change their lives. Like it was one of those I didn't have a choice to arrest or not. And having those talks on the ride up to jail, you know, just telling my story a little bit and being like, listen, if I can do this, if I can pull myself out, like you can do this. And some of those were, like I said, some of the best times I had in law enforcement, because there were success stories that I saw come out of those.
So you take a guy like you've been through the trenches, from addiction, losing it all, suicide attempt. Do you feel that you would make a better police officer than just some regular guy that's lived a perfect life? And the reason I ask this question is because I feel so many people get turned away and denied becoming a cop because of their psych eval or previous histories and all this other stuff that they end up feeling they have to lie about. And they end up not becoming a police officer because of their past history. Here you are, you make it in. Are you able to look at and know how these guys, their minds are functioning because you've been part of it? I guess so the long question to that is, do you feel that departments should be looking to hire more guys with histories just because it makes them a better cop?
I think, one, people with more life experience. So like the age requirement right now is 21.
Which is terrifying to me.
Right? Like I couldn't imagine at 21 going into someone's home with a gun on my hip and trying to, tell them how to manage their freaking marital arguments that they're having when
telling two adults.
Right. You have zero fucking experience with it except for what you've, been trained in the academy. So that side of it, and I see a lot of these young kids come into it, and like you said, like they've kind of been goody two-shoes their whole life. So when they get into law enforcement, they just see the black and white, right? There's no gray. Like, you committed a crime, you're going to jail. That's it.
Yep.
And there's no compassion. There's no being able to resonate with the person
they've never struggled
dealing with. Right.
They're just black and white. This is the book. This is the law. This is what I have followed my whole entire life. This is what you need to follow.
Yes.
Instead of a cop like you being like, well, I've been here. How are we going to get through this? And that's why I wanted to ask that question, is because I look at a fish and game officer. If you took here's a perfect example. You look at these poachers that they're catching in Africa, then they're turning them into fish and game or wardens. They know how to track. They know the signs. They know everything because they live that life.
Because they've been there, done that.
But now our law enforcement departments, you have to be so clean cut. Everything's got to be perfect in order to get qualified, to get a school date or whatever it may be. They don't want the guys who are a little rough around the edge. Not saying they still are, but that have walked the path. I feel like that would make so much more of a better officer because they know how to relate to your public. Oh, yeah. They know the struggles. They've been through it. You're not, like you just said, they don't have some 21-year-old kid that's, nope, this is the law. This is how it's supposed to be. Because I get that's probably policing in a way, but I feel true police work is getting into the trenches with the people that you're dealing with, the community, and learning them and having a rapport and being able to talk to a drug addict that's maybe not as high at the moment, but you can relate to them on something, and then talking to a domestic violence call and you're talking them off the ledge and calming them down as a couple. It doesn't make sense to me that when you hear so many guys getting denied because of a previous arrest or a ticket or drug use because when they were a teenager and now they're getting denied for it.
Yeah. So for me, I know that all those things that I did made me way better at my job, not only with just the compassion side and being able to kind of put myself in their shoes, but also like the criminal side of things. Like I was really good at catching stolen cars. I was really good at finding guns and drugs.
Because you know where people are hiding it. You know how
I know the way people think, right? Because I've been there, done that.
Yeah.
So, and I've also, had all the excuses that they use and the
tell
different
somebody's
things
lying
that they
to
say.
you.
Right.
Okay.
So I can pick up on those things.
Yeah.
Where, these 21-year-old kids, like they don't get it. Eventually, with enough time on the job, they're going to figure it out.
For sure.
But the downside I see also to these kids getting into law enforcement super early, never really had any life experience or been in any kind of like hard times in their life. Those are the ones that later on down the road, they start kind of getting that like complex, that authority complex. They get promoted. And then these are the guys that are doing the naughty shit. Like the sexual harassment stuff or doing stuff. They've never experienced like getting into drinking, right? So that's just like the military. Alcohol is very predominant in first responder, law enforcement community. And then these guys find out later on in their law enforcement career that they end up becoming alcoholics, the domestic stuff. But it's tough, man. I would say upping the age to at least 25 to where these guys are getting a little bit more life experience, because it's really tough to just say like we can only pick up people with, some sort of. But upping the age so that there's more life experience. It's 25 or 28, because 21, man.
You're a child.
Yeah.
I mean, then just look at us, though. We were 18 years old and getting our asses shipped all over the world to go fight a war.
But still, even at 21, like...
Ain't no shit.
Especially for us dudes, like...
You look at a 21-year-old, though, in the military. That's a crusty son of a bitch right there. A couple deployments back in our day. That was a salt dog. And you look at a 21-year-old...
They're still not making good decisions most of the time, like in their life outside the military.
Yeah, 21-year-old war veteran versus a 21-year-old cop is night and day difference.
Yeah.
I would probably go to guess. I have a question for you. Tasing. I watch all these videos and these cops, get on the ground, get on the ground, get on the ground. Why are cops just not tasing every son of a bitch after they tell them once or twice? Like, it's a standoff. Like, you have your taser out. What is there repercussions? Why do cops not just tase everybody?
So I would guess for those guys, it's fear. So one, they've never been in any kind of physical altercation in their life. And then the tool comes out that they see as, a way to avoid that physical altercation. But then they're scared of, if it doesn't work, I'm going to have to fight this guy. Like in my 9 years, I pulled my taser twice. I shot it once. And after I shot it and it didn't work, I was like, fuck this. I'm not even going to waste my time pulling it out. Like, I'm going hands on. I'm taking these guys to the ground. But guys are not getting enough training just in the academy and like our in-service training to know how to go hands-on. And a lot of guys get into the job, guys and gals get into the job. And once they have passed their 1 year like probation period, they just kind of settle in and they're like, I don't need to do anything else. No more training, no more, like learning jujitsu or just like, it's not going to happen to me mentality.
How is that not a standard across our nation that all of these departments have some sort of weekly training rolling? Why not an hour after work, hour before work? I know that sucks. So the last thing you want to do is come in an hour early or stay an hour later, especially being a cop. Maybe it's part of the shift, and we're putting, especially women to me on the streets by themselves, I think is the most asinine thing ever that you can ever ask anybody to do. And I'd love to get your opinion. If I'm an asshole, I'm an asshole. It is what it is. But I just look at this woman. I'm like, what are you going to do against a guy that truly is not going to go back to prison?
Twice her size and freaking high on drugs.
And you've never been in a fist fight. You don't know basic jujitsu, ground disarmament, any of this stuff that just basic skills that I feel every cop should have. And then you watch these videos, it's like one guy beating up on like 4 cops.
Yeah.
I'm sitting here going, what is going on? How is this even a thing? And it's embarrassing.
So, and I would say it comes down to the staffing levels. They are avoiding pulling people off the street to get them that extra training because they need people on the street. I 100% believe that it needs to be mandatory. The defensive tactics stuff, it should be at least every week or every other week, because at this point, like my department, we do it once every quarter and it's 2 hours, and you are with a training partner that's another cop and you just go through the motions. And the stuff that I have trained in defensive tactics for law enforcement, I have never once used on the street.
Absolutely.
I have used the stuff that I have learned in jiu-jitsu. I've used the stuff in mixed martial arts, like wrestling, all that stuff. The stuff, well, they're starting to get more into the jiu-jitsu style training now, which is good. But doing 2 hours of it every 3 months,
8 hours a year.
you're not going to get that to where it becomes muscle memory
No.
or just you're able to do it, in those high stress intensity moments.
Yeah, when your life depends on it and you're in an alleyway by yourself and you got a dude that's on top of you beating the shit out of you, like,
Yeah.
you're going to think, oh, break the wrist, I'm going to control the arm. No, you're fighting for your life at that point. If you don't have the skills to fall back on, you go straight panic mode. I mean, there's
100%.
thousands of hours of footage.
Oh yeah.
Showing
And
all this.
Man, if that's not like enough right there to watch all those videos of, like you said, multiple cops on one dude that just clearly, these fucking cops don't know what they're doing. They're scared and they don't want to go hands on with people and they're getting their ass beat by one person.
Yeah.
That should be enough when you go home at night to be like, I need to start fucking training and learning to, one, like defend myself, to be able to detain someone and be able to handle them appropriately.
It's just crazy to me to think, okay, you're a cop. Why would you? Everybody hates you. You're not run, and I mean that in a respectful way, right? Like, you're not pulling up as a firefighter, and women are like, "Yeah, they're here."
Yeah, the
right?
heroes are here.
Yeah, let's just call a spade a spade. When you're dealing with something, you're dealing with somebody's worst day, whatever, all the scenarios. I just feel, if, especially being a cop, a smaller sized dude or a woman, having every interaction that you're dealing with is probably going to be a negative interaction with people. Why would you not want to better yourself, to learn a basic skill, jujitsu, even just striking, just basic striking, or being able to manipulate a body off of movement and weight and controlling? And it's terrifying that these people get into this job and then they get comfortable with it. And they're like, oh, I'm cool. I'm just going to patrol in my little neighborhood and I got my little community and drive around until one day they get checked and it's too late by that point.
Yeah. And the only thing I can think that, is in their mind is that it's not going to happen to me mindset, or just the laziness of, I'm too tired after work.
Yeah.
I don't want to do this. I don't want to train, or, days off. I don't want to be doing something related to work. But I think really more it's that mindset of like, it's not going to happen to me.
Yeah.
Now, I will say with the females, like there are some females that I work with that are legit when it comes to jujitsu and like handling people.
Okay.
My business partner, Amanda, she's freaking amazing with the firearm side of things. Always in the gym, does jujitsu.
Good.
Like very small female, but she can handle someone if she needs to.
Good.
I would say a majority, they don't do the things that they need to be doing. And for a while there was like, kind of that DEI movement where we had I think he was an assistant chief or deputy chief at the time, started telling our background people to stop hiring veterans and start hiring more females.
That sounds like a great idea.
Just for, public perspective or whatever. Like, we need diversity. And the idea too about the veterans was we were coming in with this like militaristic mindset and we're too rough on people. And I'm like, bro,
that's what I want.
This is fucking law enforcement. Like, we're dealing with the worst of the fucking worst.
If I am a civilian in this community, I would want a bunch of war vets.
Fuck yeah.
Patrolling my streets and being able to snatch dudes up when they need to. Granted, are they being tyrants and shit? Yeah, anybody can be that, veteran or not.
Yeah.
If you're an asshole, you're an asshole. But I would want my kids out on that road knowing that if a cop rolls up, he has life experience. That would make more sense to me than some DEI hire, that we need more women in the streets because it makes us feel safer. Well, do a better job.
It's the perception, right? Not even like that it makes us feel safer. It's just
the perception of looking like we have women out there.
These guys are so cool. They hire, a majority of them are women. That's great. But the reality, like,
law enforcement is such a fascinating world, and we haven't even gotten into like the corruption of side yet, and then the admin, because I get crucified on this. I've gotten roasted from law enforcement and civilians. The civilians is just meh to me because they don't know when it comes to this. And I've stated this before and talking to a lot of talking to a lot of law enforcement officers, how they feel that their admin is more dangerous than being out on the streets. And cops, they lose their shit when I say that. But I'll have we have hundreds and hundreds of applications of law enforcement officers because they agreed. Like, dude, my department turned on me. There's so many of these stories, and it's like, well, how are we to that point that cops are now more scared of their admin and the repercussions of doing their job, which is causing them to hesitate, which is causing lives to be lost because of their admin. They don't trust their admin and getting turned on. And that, to me, how do we have a society where we trust and depend on our law enforcement, but our law enforcement is too scared to react, to go hands-on, to draw a weapon because of the repercussions due to the administrative side of things, when the corruption and the kickbacks and whoever's leading and pushing their agenda onto chiefs that trickles down to you guys. Like that to me is, we're never going to get anywhere and fix any problems as long as this is happening.
No, and what's insane is like it is departments nationwide, that it's the same culture everywhere. Where, I put that post out, and
what
200
post?
plus.
The post.
So when there was the stuff that happened with Reno Police Department.
Let's just dive into it then. Okay, so that way everybody knows.
Yeah.
I guess we'll just hard right here. What the hell's going on in the Reno Police Department? Like, the chief just got let go along with 5 other her staff. There's all kinds of corruption coming out. Today's your last day of being a cop, so that's why you're here, because we're going to talk all about it. What the fuck is going on in Reno?
So basically what happens is the chief and 5 of her command staff, which is like the main high-level folks.
Lieutenants and stuff?
Running all captains, assistant chiefs.
Got it.
5 of them, so 6 total, all get put on administrative leave or suspended. So none of them are actually fired at this point because there is a union, and the union is pretty strong. But pretty much what happened is there are officers that saw what was going on. They got sick of dealing or seeing the shit that was going on with falsifying training documents. So they were saying that they were going to training because they're still post-certified like cops, right? So they still need to go do their firearms training, their defensive tactics, all this stuff. Apparently they thought they were too good for that, and they just falsified their own documents saying that they were going and doing these trainings.
Okay.
And like, how fucking lazy is that, right? We only do it once every 3 months, and it's, maybe 2 hours of range time, 2 hours of defensive tactics. Like, the reality is there's still a cop, and if shit hits the fan, like, they should be out there on the front lines with the guys.
They're forging their own certifications is what they're doing.
Yes.
Okay.
Saying that they're completing these trainings so that they can remain post-certified.
Got it.
And I don't know all the specifics behind it, but I imagine because of the way that trainings had been recently, before I had left, there was way less training for the officers, like patrol officers, than there had been like a couple years ago. So I'm curious if they were actually falsifying documents also saying that officers were doing the standard training that they should have been, but instead they're just keeping these guys on the street so that we've got more cops on the street.
Oh, because I'm sitting here thinking, I'm like, okay, they falsified their range time. Is that big of a deal to get relieved of command or put on investigation?
So that's just one part of it.
Okay.
Right?
This is why I'm asking, because you say that, I'm like, okay, that's some grimy shit, but I probably would have done that in the Marine Corps to get off of going to the range and being gone for a couple weeks. But is that worth being relieved as a captain? I mean, I guess you there's got to be more to that.
So, and I would say on that point, like in this job, the way that I look at it, right? Like being a police officer, we have to have that integrity. Like Military, yeah, we're going to fuck around and do stuff. But as law enforcement, like the public depends on us to have integrity, to do the right thing.
For sure.
So they should be doing the shit regardless.
Oh yeah. I agree with you.
The other part of it is officer rights violations. So kind of what I've seen in my time is it starts with supervisors seeing officers that they can start grooming into being in the supervisor roles, guys that are yes men, guys that
I've heard this before.
don't go against the grain, guys that won't cause problems. So then the higher ups can continue doing the bullshit that they're doing with no pushback. So they're grooming these guys that are, you know, for lack of a better term, they're just weak when it comes to,
For sure.
you know, having their moral values and standing up for them. And on the other side of that is you've got the guys like myself, some of my coworkers that we voice our opinion. We talk about, you know, we call out the shit that we see that's wrong. I don't have a problem calling out a supervisor when shit is done incorrectly.
For sure, you shouldn't.
But then what happens to guys like us is we get a target on our back, to where it's harder for us to get into special assignments. It's harder for us to get promoted. I've had multiple supervisors since I've been there that have told me after interviews for assignments I was trying to get into, hey, Gabe, you should probably just learn to shut your mouth and play the game.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And that, when I heard that more than one, like the first time I heard it, I was like, what the fuck?
And the game is being a yes, sir.
The game is being the yes man.
Okay.
Freaking doing what you're told without having any talk back, without going against the grain. And that post that I put out where I talked about, you know, it starts at the bottom where these officers, young officers come into it. They are motivated. They're passionate. They want to be crime fighters. And then after being there a few years, they start seeing that, you know, people are getting promoted that shouldn't be. People that are not great cops are getting promoted. And then when they try to promote, it's super difficult for them. So either they end up just remaining on patrol for a 20 or 30-year career and just being miserable. They end up lateraling and going to another department in hopes of like the grass is greener on the other side kind of thing. Or they end up leaving, like myself, where, you know, I'm just over it. I got better things to do, where I don't want to spend a lifetime in a career that I'm just miserable and pissed off. And I'm one person, right, and going against an entire establishment. Or
Are you one person, though?
There's more.
I feel there's a lot of you guys.
There are, but it's getting those guys to be able to, like,
stand up
with you.
Which... that to me is one of the most frustrating things when they're all behind closed doors. Yeah, bro, the
Right.
captain and the
But when it comes
leaders in
down
our
to it-
administration. You're like, cool, I'm going to say something on Monday. Come with me. And they're like, oh, whoa, but I got a career though, dude. I can't jeopardize it.
Yep.
You're a bitch. Like those dudes are bitches to me. Like you'll talk about it all day. You'll sit here and cry and talk about all the problems, how you're going to fix them, but you'll never address it because you're worried about it affecting your job.
Yeah.
It's spineless.
So what's cool is at the Reno Police Department, there are some guys there that put together a solid fucking case against the chief and all the administration.
On what?
The falsifying the training documents, officers' rights violations. So kind of like I was talking about the guys that get the target put on their back. Mm-hmm. The chief that we had, there's one specific guy that was super good cop, man. Like this guy would handle his shit on the street. But he's one that would voice his opinion. He would talk about the things that he didn't agree with. And eventually what ends up happening is they find some use of force stuff that he does. and they put him on admin leave. This guy's been on admin leave for probably 8 months now. And this guy, he's got a wife. He's got a wife that's pregnant.
Are you paid on admin leave?
You are paid.
Okay.
But it's not as much as what you're making because you're getting like overtime. And if you're working a different shift, you get shift differential. So the pay goes down. But then there's that fear of like, what the fuck is going to happen? Am I going to lose my job? So there's one specific thing where there is a use of force investigation against him. It goes to IA, Internal Affairs. Internal Affairs finds nothing wrong with it, sends it back, says he's good. The chief says, nope, you guys will take it, find something wrong. I want this guy off the street.
How's that legal?
It's not, right? So that's the officer's rights violation. And that's not the only one that's happening.
More of these?
Oh, yeah.
So your captain didn't like this cop.
The chief.
Sorry, chief. So your chief doesn't like this cop. The cop has a use of force incident. Couple. Internal Affairs investigates it, which Internal Affairs is public enemy number one for you guys. The fact that they found him innocent and cleared, then your chief demands them to find something on them just to get him fired.
Yes.
And how did that all come out? How did they find out about that?
This is just me talking to the guy, and then also the guy talking to our board and telling them what's going on.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
How did this chief get in her position?
So kind of wild. Like,
can we say her name since it's already out there?
Everybody Chief Catherine Nance.
Okay, so Chief Yates is what's her last name?
Nance.
Sorry, I thought you said Yates. So Chief Nance, how did she make chief in the Reno Police Department?
So she, like, honestly, when she started, so there's a hiring process. I think they had like 30 people apply, and then they break it down until I think there was like 2 left, and then they have to interview with the city manager and I believe the mayor. But it's basically city council, the city manager. They're the ones that make the decision.
Okay.
She had been a cop somewhere in California, I believe Stockton, for like 26 years or something. When she started, like, I was actually pretty hopeful. She opened her door to anybody to have one-on-ones with her. I scheduled a one-on-one with her the first time. And I was like, hey, listen, all of our SWAT helmets, they've been expired for 2 years. So we're like, going into these houses with expired helmets. And she's like, all right, cool. Like the next day we had purchase orders for all new helmets. And then so she started in 2023. And then as time starts to go on, I have another one-on-one with her because we didn't have like supervisor rides. So those are like the sergeants out on the street.
Okay.
We should have what we call EAT gear. So emergency action teams, where we have a ballistic shield, a ram, maybe a Halligan, something to get in a door, 40 millimeter launcher for like less lethal rounds.
For gas and stuff.
More for
batons, rubber batons, and
sponge
bullets.
Rounds.
Okay. Yeah. Bean bags and stuff.
We didn't use bean bags. We just used the sponge rounds, which they're pretty fucking effective. So I did an inventory of all the supervisor rides because I had been on multiple calls where we had needed to evacuate civilians from like apartments or rooms next to a room where there's a barricaded armed subject.
Yeah.
And we need to get them out of there. Well, I'd like to have a shield to be able to go up and protect myself from right next to this fucking door, and homeboy comes out and starts blasting. There were times where nobody in the city would have a shield.
Where are they?
We just didn't have any. So there would be like some in supervisor rides that supervisors that are not on duty.
Home. So
the car is either sitting at their house or it's sitting in the motor pool and no one has access to it, or they just don't fucking know where it is. So a lot of the supervisor rides, there was one that it had in the back like a fucking hatchet and a toolbox. And that was it. And then others where we had old school shield that was like 9mm rated and it was like 30 years old, but just garbage equipment.
Yeah.
So I go to her with, hey, here's what we need in terms of ballistic shields, rams, all this stuff. And we need them like ASAP because we are evacuating people. Like we get critical incidents in Reno regularly, barricaded armed subjects where it's in an apartment complex or a hotel and we have to evacuate people. And yeah, we can use our body as a shield for these civilians, but I want to fucking go home at night and I don't want to put my body in between a civilian and a fucking armed suspect if I don't have to. If I can have a ballistic shield, I want it. So I gave her a list of all the shit and nothing happens. Maybe a year later, we ended up getting Rams for all of the vehicles, but that was it.
How long into her term as chief when you started seeing things start turning?
It was probably like a year.
That quick, huh?
Into it. Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. So, and then she hires another dude out of California who was, I'm guessing, one of her friends or something, and he becomes an assistant chief. This guy, you know, he's claims to have been SWAT and all this stuff. He starts getting his hands in the canine side of things. He has a buddy that he knows that trains canine units. So they contract this guy, which our canine unit didn't fucking need some outside trainer. So the city is paying this dude, who the fuck knows how much, to come in and train.
That's how it works.
And
That is how it works.
Yeah. So, and there was huge issues with the canine unit. Like these guys absolutely hated these fucking trainers that were coming in. Like some of the stuff was crazy to hear, but this guy had to have been like pocketing some of the fucking funds.
Oh, he's getting a kickback for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So as a law enforcement officer, if our biggest problem is the administrative side of law enforcement, the chiefs and captains and everything else, how do we ever make a difference and make our actual street cops better if whoever's in charge of them is corrupt?
There's too much politics involved in policing. Like the mayor and the city manager, they have too much influence on what happens in police departments. So, example, the previous chief, the chief that was there when I first got hired, this guy was a detective and had ties to the mayor, rumors of him sleeping with her. So he's a detective. The chief spot becomes available. Just like in the military, there's a structure of rank. Okay, detective is basically the same as patrol officer in our department.
Okay.
So has no leadership experience. The mayor and the city manager promote this guy from detective straight to chief of police, even though he doesn't have any of the qualifications. In order to be a chief of police, you need to have a bachelor's degree. So they just called him the interim chief.
But is he getting paid as one?
Oh, yeah.
Shocker.
Until he completes his bachelor's degree, which he does at the same time. And then finally, I think in 2018, they're like, oh, now he's the actual chief of police. So going back to it, like the politics, city council, these mayors, they don't know what the fuck goes on in policing, but yet they have their hands in
everything,
all the stuff that's going on, and they're influencing policy. They're influencing the things that, you know, the street level guys, it's impacting them, the way that they handle stuff on the street. So yeah. And that chief of police that I'm talking about, like this dude, I remember it was when they had hired Nance, but she hadn't started yet. And he was still the chief. The night before, we had a officer involved shooting where these guys come out of an apartment and one of our sergeants goes to confront these dudes. There had been like some kind of altercation that went on, and something about a gun had been like seen or fired. Well, he goes to confront him. These guys shoot at Sergeant Mayfield, ends up pretty much snapping his shin bone. I can't remember where else he gets hit. He ends up getting like hit in the hip or something, falls down, returns fire from the ground, and then another officer, Look, just happens to be like rolling up, and he's got his AR and puts both these guys down. The next day, we're having a debrief as part of our briefing for the start of shift, talking about the shooting. And this chief is sitting like off to the side, sitting in a chair, doesn't even have the fucking decency to stand up in front of everybody and talk about what went down that night. And like, it was just so fucking heartless. And when that's supposed to be your leader, a guy that will not even show the respect to get up out of his seat and talk about, like, we just had an officer seriously fucking injured.
Yeah.
Like, we don't know if this guy's going to be able to use his leg again. And he just sits in the chair, you know, kind of cross-legged like a woman would. Like, I was just so disheartened.
Why would you want to keep being a cop? And why would anybody want to be a cop after seeing that or experiencing that?
Bro, a lot of it is just the money. Like, so the Reno Police Department, they do pay very well. But I think a lot of us get into it, and it's that mindset of, all right, this is my career. I need to finish out my 20 years to get my pension.
Yeah.
So
as somebody that's thought that, is that something that you would encourage? Is that the right choice for these guys?
Fuck no. If you're miserable and, you know, you see this leadership and you're just pissed off all the time because of the decisions that are being made, the policies that are put in place, like, it's not worth it to spend 20, like when I got in, it's a 30-year contract. The idea of spending 30 years in that, just either being miserable because you're controlled by these people, or sacrificing your own morals and standards just to move up in the ranks and become one of them, like, fuck that. Not worth it.
It's just, you hear all of this, and then we sit here and talk in this country, and we need more cops. We need more good cops. How do we hire more cops? How do we find good cops? Wing out the bad ones when the thin blue line does not exist. That's one of the biggest lies I think that they tell us as civilians. A thin blue line where cops all support each other. I feel cops hate each other more than anybody. You have your yes sir cops. You have the guys that challenge the system cops. Then you have your about 5-year in cops that really start realizing that they need to choose a new path because they're starting to hate their life, or they're committed to it because that's their career. And that's when they start tapering and getting miserable and just becoming that cop. Yeah. You have all of this and you see it all. It's like, how do we recruit better cops? How do we rewrite the system on law enforcement? Because we're doing the same shit. Obviously there's new tactics and things that are evolved with the times, but I feel we're so primitive still when it comes to policing in our departments and how they're structured and how they're run and who's even able to look into them. It's all like mafiosa style.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Brotherhood is all cops are. And people lose their shit. They lose their shit every time that I say that our law enforcement is no different than a modern mafia. And how could you even, I'll get it on that right there. People will lose their shit by me saying that I truly feel that our admin of the law enforcement is run like the mafia. The corruption, the drugs that they're able to let in and out of these areas, the money that's being laundered, just the corruption alone as far as detaining people, arresting people, the kickbacks. If you took what is happening with the chiefs and captains and lieutenants and all this other shit across the country, and you took out what they were doing and put it on a piece of paper, you'd be like, that's the mafia.
Oh yeah, dude, 100%. Like, I don't know the full extent of what these people are getting at the top, but I know that there has to be, like you said, the kickbacks where they're making choices that affect the public, that they're getting some sort of kickback from, especially in Reno, like casinos, the government side of things, like, the city council and all that stuff. But it is a culture right now where we eat our own.
For sure.
I've only been at the lower levels, but it is it's very cannibalistic. And I would say, so there's two types of like mental health injuries that we get in the law enforcement and like first responder community. Okay. One is, so the trauma that we get from the things that we see on the street, the stuff that we deal with. The other is the moral injury side of it, to where the feeling of being betrayed by your own team, by your own department. And it's so prevalent, like, and it's in all the ranks, from the patrol guys, the sergeants, all the way up to the top. I have no idea why we are so against each other on everything, but that's the culture has been created, and it's like nationwide. Because like I said, that post that I put out, like 200 plus people commented, like, same in my department. Like,
it's insane.
Right? It's the wrong people getting promoted.
Yep.
And it's a continuing cycle of they're hiring or promoting these weak leaders, the ones that are willing to compromise their morals and their ethics and their values to get that better paycheck, to put on the freaking stripes or pin on the bars. Like, it's fucking disgusting.
And that's how it is across the board. And then that's how you get this weak ass captain, weak ass leadership in a department, because they've been groomed since they were this young cop and never went against the system and never bucked up against it and never questioned anything. And now you're 10 years in. Hey, we're going to say Officer Tyler Geiger. We'll use him. We'll give a shout out to Old Knock Performance. Yeah. But, but they take these young, he was obviously not that guy. He spoke up.
Oh yeah. That's why he didn't last long.
Yeah, exactly. But you see these young cops coming up in the ranks, and they're goody two shoes. And then all of a sudden they're rubbing elbows with the captain. They're rubbing elbows with the chief and everybody else. And wow, this is really cool. Hey, this is how it is. This is how we're going to need you to start thinking. And then there's your next lieutenant, whatever, their position is, chief, captain, whatever. But,
and you're seeing guys like that getting, shoulder tapped for different assignments. Like, hey, let me pull you off patrol and put you on this nice, comfy job over here. And then, the grooming process starts. But don't get me wrong. Like, there are some legit fucking good supervisors.
Oh, for sure.
So right as I was getting ready to leave, after the chief got put on administrative leave, one of the leaders that I respected most in the world, he was a former Marine, so you probably like that.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense.
His name is Sean Garlock, but he was our SWAT commander when I was on the SWAT team. Just great leader. One of those guys that would speak his fucking mind.
Yep.
And he clawed his way into getting into the position that he was in. Like, he was one of those that just wouldn't fucking take no for an answer. Great leader. They pulled him back in out of retirement. He chose to come back out of retirement. And I considered for a brief moment, like, maybe I will stay, because I could see a guy like that making a change.
Yeah.
And there's departments in the country that have leaders like that, because there are good departments.
Yeah, but how many of the good ones?
It's an overwhelming majority, unfortunately, that are just shit.
How many of the shit departments are throwing shade on these little small good departments that are? Because I have a lot of cops that reach out and be like, bro, I've never experienced anything like this. And then you ask, and they're in some little town, and
they got like 5 cops,
which I feel that could probably be even easier to be corrupt in these small towns. And you see these, I watch, my wife's always watching those crime shows and shit, and then talking about the corruption and what law enforcement are able to get away with these in these small communities. And it happens in the big cities, but yeah, I guess it just comes down to leadership. But that's where it's bred from the start.
Yeah.
Is to just be a kiss ass, get to the top ranks, do whatever you got to do to get promoted, to get into that position. And then you have the rest of your street cops that are just out here running their beat, trying to make a difference and make their community safe. And then you got the guys that are playing the game to get promoted and then get in charge. And that's when the politics step in. You said earlier that you always worried about a target getting put on your back. Did you ever have a target put on your back from your department?
So being on the SWAT team, I felt like there was some, I don't feel like, I know that there was some leadership on the SWAT team that definitely did not like that I was the way that I was, that I voiced my opinion on things.
What did you voice your opinion on to make them not like you?
So the training, I was going outside of SWAT and I was doing a bunch of training because reality, like the SWAT team, we are expected to perform at the highest level in some of the most critical incidents, like a hostage rescue, right? Our SWAT team is a part-time SWAT team. So 20 hours a month is what we get. It's 2 days of training. And we have multiple different disciplines that we need to know, which CQB, vehicle assault tactics,
Hostage
rescue,
barricades,
just so many different things, like being able to, like we would do this waterproofing where we'd have to jump in the fucking pool and, be able to swim and get all our kit off and live. And that takes up half a fucking day. So we were doing the best that we could with the time that we were allotted, but I was going outside and getting trainings from other places and trying to bring that stuff back to the team. And I felt a lot of rejection from a lot of the guys. Like I think there's a lot of ego involved in it. They don't want to admit that maybe their tactics are not the most up to date, that someone might know more. Because I was trying to get other groups to come in and train, and I would just get shut down left and right on stuff. And we even it was 4 guys down to do a training in Arizona just solely for CQB and hostage rescue. And when we got back from this 3-day training, they didn't want to fucking hear a word about it. Didn't want to know anything that we learned. Like, just acted like we never even fucking did it.
Why though?
It's that ego, man. Like,
It's all it has to be.
so you have guys that, they've been in or on the team for such a long fucking period of time. And it's not all of them. There are some fucking good leaders on the team. But you have dudes that ego takes over to where they just don't want anybody having the keys to the castle, right?
It's theirs. They get this protective mode on them where they're, nope, this is how it's always been. This is how we're going to do it.
Yeah. And that's what I heard all the time. Like, this is how we've always done it. I'm like, fuck, dude, that is the worst
Dinosaurs.
mentality
That's the
to
military,
have.
bro. That was the biggest thing in the Marine Corps. Just because. This is how it's always been done.
And then we don't change it until something fucking bad happens, right? Like, we shouldn't have to wait for something bad to happen to try to advance our tactics or do something new that could be better.
Because it costs nothing more. It changes nothing except for now it's in your budget. Well, obviously, if the kickbacks and the dog training and stuff, that's probably eating up some of your guys' budget. But yeah, it's just wild to me of how things are run and how the egos and the power trips of these guys and getting in position, it just ruins it all. You told me about a story of a cop that was using meth while on duty. Let me hear about that.
So first I'll say, like, he is a good dude.
Okay.
Like, this guy just like me back in the day, I had some issues with drugs and alcohol. Like, doesn't make me a bad person, right?
Yeah.
The stuff that we see and deal with on the job, like, some folks just don't know how to fucking handle it, and we start self-medicating.
Okay.
Well, he'd kind of grown up in an environment where meth was, like, that was a household thing. So I was aware that he had been using in the past, and he had gone to rehabs for it.
As a cop?
Yes.
Or prior to him being a cop?
Yes. So at least one time he'd gone to rehab while being an officer with the department. So I start noticing some stuff going on with this guy. We'd be sitting on, we'd be like a QRF for an event going on in the city. And he'd be drinking energy drink after energy drink for like 10-hour period. And this guy would be nodding off at the wheel, just like a fucking heroin addict.
Okay.
Right? So I'm like, that's fucking weird. And then one night we have a call out. He's supposed to grab the truck and trailer, which has all of our, a lot of our explosives, our ladders, like different things in it. And they're calling him. He eventually shows up like 30 or 40 minutes later with the truck and trailer. And then he's just doing some stupid shit, man. Like he doesn't have any batteries in his rifle light. So it's fucking nighttime op and you can't fucking, you don't have a flashlight. You're kind of useless. Mm-hmm. I remember his ear pro, like he didn't have batteries in his fucking ear pro. So he couldn't hear anything anybody was saying, just doing some weird stuff. So I see it and I'm like, obviously this guy, like, I think he's using again. So I go to my leadership on the team, which on the team, it's like a TL run or a team leader run team. So I go to his TL and I'm like, hey man, I think that this guy is using again. So they're like, all right, what do you think? I tell them why I think that. So they confront him. He admits to them that he is using. Then this other TL, which him and I just never saw eye to eye with, like him and I would get in like these long ass freaking arguments, just yelling back and forth at each other and just nothing would ever get accomplished. So that guy is like, all right, Gabe, I want you to get this guy help. Since you have a history with substance abuse, like you can be his support and get him the help that he needs.
Okay. Is that normal?
At the time, like this isn't something I've ever seen in my career as a cop, like it being handed off to a peer, but I kind of felt like a sense of pride. I was like, cool, yeah, I can fucking help this guy. Mm-hmm. So on my days off, I'm going to assessments with him at drug rehabilitation facilities, like taking time out of my day to try to get this guy help. I go to our embedded therapist who had previously been a cop and then got his bachelor's degree in like whatever the fuck it is to be a therapist. Okay. So they just roll him into the role of being a therapist. So I call him and he's like, hey, go to this place, The Difference in town, and see what they can do. So I take him there. The doctor there is like, she gets in touch with me and she says, I think we should just put him in some intensive outpatient therapy.
They want to put an active duty cop that's using meth, which clearly his problems are bad enough to be in rehab. They want to put him on an outpatient therapy.
Right. And so, and I had talked to him previously, like me and this guy had like hours long talks talking about the stuff that had been going on. And he's a detective at the time. So in our department, SWAT is like a collateral duty. So we just do that part-time. So full-time, he's a detective. He's got an undercover ride, so unmarked ride that he's able to take home, badge and a gun, and he's using meth. And he admits to me that he's taking it from the evidence room in the department. He says he's just going into, which, I mean, freaking disgusting, but there's biohazard bins that when we arrest someone that has a meth pipe or any kind of like paraphernalia on them, we photograph it and then we throw it in this biohazard bin. So he claims he's going into these biohazard bins, stealing the pipes and scraping the residue out of these pipes and then smoking it.
He's pretty deep at that point.
Oh, you gotta be if you're doing that kind of shit. Like,
is this dude snatching people off the streets and confiscating their drugs?
So he had admitted to me that while he was on patrol before he got the detective spot, he had done traffic stops where he finds drugs on people, kicks him loose, keeps the drugs. So, yeah, he's stopping people and taking...
Is that common practice for law enforcement? Or
God, I fucking hope not. Like,
well, because the only reason I ask, because if somebody ever gets caught with drugs, maybe weed, I could see getting let go of weed. Most cops don't give a shit about that. But like, if you get caught with a little meth or something like that, the cop's like, all right, I'm gonna cut your break, get out of here. It's probably safe to say that cop is either using that for something else, because what cop's gonna let somebody go with meth?
yeah, no, that's...
Right?
That's
Or am I overthinking this?
No.
Okay.
That's not... Because meth's
a pretty
it's a
gnarly
felony
drug.
level, right? So like even... we would arrest people for even having just residue of meth, and it's a felony in Nevada.
Okay.
So...
And he's kicking people loose.
Taking their meth and saying, like, don't do it again, right?
There's policing, and then there's getting your next fix policing, on confiscating the drugs.
So this dude that's got the drug problem, he's very good friends with the TL that I do not see eye to eye with.
Okay.
They're like very good buddies. They go drinking all the time. So when it comes down to it, they say, hey, let's do intensive outpatient therapy. I'm like, fuck no, this guy needs to be inpatient. Like, this is an issue. He's been to rehab before. He's a fucking cop. He's on the SWAT team. Like, let's get him squared away so that he's not a liability and he's not putting other people in jeopardy, to include cops and civilians. Mm-hmm. So I go to this TL who's supposed to be, the one like backing me. I get no backing at all from TLs or supervisors to push him into being inpatient.
What are they pushing for? The outpatient?
They
don't even care?
They don't even care. So I would go talk to this TL and be like, hey man, here's what's going on. And he would just stare at his computer and type and just not even be paying attention. He'd just walk away from me when I'm talking to him. Like, I'd have to follow him and try to tell him this shit. Just didn't give a fuck at all. It was one of the most frustrating things because, like I said, these guys are supposed to be good friends, and it seemed to me like he didn't even give a shit.
About a fellow officer using meth while on duty.
Yeah.
So
when it's weird, like...
Is this the brotherhood he's looking at? Or just,
and that's...
Is that the thin blue line that we're not going to see anything?
That's kind of what I felt like it was, right? Like, even... So you got like the thin blue line, supposedly, and then you've got the SWAT team. It was even more of this like secret society type thing where like you're either SWAT or you're not, which I used to hate when fucking people said that. But then once I started seeing more of how some of this leadership would act, I was like, all right, yeah, it's pretty much
for sure
like the good old boy. So he ends up doing the outpatient rehab. So he's doing like 3 hours a day, like 4 times a week. So he's going to work during the day and then going to rehab like towards the end of his shift for 3 or 4 hours.
How does this work? This is so bizarre to me.
It blew me away too. So supposedly he ends up going clean.
Okay.
I believe that he probably did for a short period of time. And then we get myself and another TL get a text from his girlfriend with a picture of a meth pipe and saying, he's doing it again. I need you to call. So she kind of gives me the details. The other TL, he's got other stuff going on, which... I know he had some stuff going on with like his mom being sick and she ended up passing away.
Okay.
But, so I'm like, all right, I'll fucking handle this situation since they put it in my hands.
Yeah.
Anyways. So it's a Friday when we get this text message. I talked to the TL and I also talked to the guy that has been using. He admits to it. Yeah, man, I fucking relapsed. And I'm like, all right, man, like be prepared to be put on administrative leave or a union leave. Like, I don't know what it's going to be. Like, I'm just a low-level fucking cop, but this is what I'm assuming. And in my mind, I'm like, all right, this guy, He's a detective, undercover ride, like, bare minimum, like he's a fucking cop. We shouldn't have anyone working that is using meth, right? He needs serious treatment.
Yes, I could agree with you on that.
So I'm like, I don't want to see this guy coming back to work on Monday. Like, this needs to be handled. So time goes by where I'm not getting any straight answers from the TL or even the supervisor that we have at the time on the SWAT team, which is a sergeant. So eventually Sunday night at it's probably like 10 or 11 o'clock at night, my buddy that's been using, he's texting me like, hey man, what's happening? What am I supposed to do tomorrow? So I'm like, stand by. So I'm like, fuck it. So I call our lieutenant and I'm like, hey man, you know what's going on with this guy, right? And he's like, yep. I'm like, all right, something needs to be done. We can't have him coming to work tomorrow and just acting like this is fucking no big deal and we're just going to continue on. He's like, agreed. Let me talk to his lieutenant. So they end up putting him on admin leave the following day. So I'm texting my buddy because at that time, like him and I are still in good, we're talking, we're communicating, things are good. And I'm not hearing anything back when I'm texting him on Monday. So I text his girlfriend and she's like, oh, this other guy, the TL that I don't get along with, is over at the house right now. So I put 2 and 2 together. This TL is basically putting it in my buddy's head that this is all my fault. Like, I'm the reason that he's getting put on administrative leave and these things are happening.
And this is a team leader in a SWAT team telling a cop that's on meth while on active duty that you're the bad guy for bringing this up. Am I tracking this?
Yeah.
How does that make any sense?
The TL texted me and he's like, hey, did you talk to the lieutenant last night? I'm like, yep. Why? What happened? And then no response, dude. He just ghosts me for like a day. So then the following day we're working and I just call him and he answers and he goes into a whole thing about how I have jumped chain of command and that the thing that I did was the wrong thing to do. I should have just let it play out.
Let it play out with this cop that's on meth.
That needs fucking help, man. Like, I would rather help my brother by getting him into rehab, getting him clean, than just, hey man, let's just pretend like nothing happened.
Let's
back
see
to
how this
work.
rides out. Let's roll the dice on this. Like, that's not a liability for the department. No. How is your department not shitting bricks at this point? Like, why is this?
It's never gotten outside the fucking SWAT team at that point.
Oh.
So like I said, it's like this.
Oh, okay.
Community.
Now that makes sense. That team leader on the SWAT team is trying to hide that his boy's on meth on the SWAT team, so it doesn't make it to the chief or anybody else. Right. It hasn't made it there yet,
right.
And you're the problem for bringing this up
exactly
to the team lead, which that's his responsibility.
So during that SWAT school, we get a call out, but they just call one cell. Because it's a small structure, just one guy barricaded.
Yeah.
And my buddy that's been using is on that cell. So
your boy that's using meth that shows up on a SWAT call, is he geared up? Is he ready to rock and roll?
So he shows up like everything's normal, good to go. And the TL that is aware of his condition just asks, are you okay? Are you good to do this? Yep, good to go. And they throw him in the fucking stack.
Do the other members of the SWAT team realize
they are not aware? They are not aware at this time.
Okay.
He ends up telling everybody later on during the SWAT school. But yeah, none of them have any idea. So I find out that he goes on a SWAT call. And I go to these TLs and I'm like, what the fuck are you guys thinking, dude? Like, so if this guy gets in an officer involved shooting, one, he's getting drug tested.
First
and
thing
then
you're
it's fucking like, it's out in the open. He's getting fucking sued. Like, life is going to be over for
And the
that
department's
dude.
not going to have his back.
No, fuck no. And just putting the other guys in jeopardy with someone that they are aware is not clear-headed, like, what the fuck?
That is some of the most bizarre shit. The fact that your team lead of the SWAT team hadn't, I don't want to say he didn't have a problem with another fellow officer on meth while on duty, but that blows my mind. I can't even process the fact that they were like, yo, let's go get you taken care of and get help. Because there's a lot that comes with being a law enforcement officer. And like you're saying, the traumas of your department turning on you versus what you're seeing on the streets, there's a lot. So I'm not going to fault the dude for getting into the path that he did. But that they're
not helping him at all, right?
So what
They're
happens
just
if you
enabling the behavior?
100%. So what happens if you pop on a pistol? Let's say you popped on weed as a cop on a pistol. Are you getting fired immediately, or are you going into rehab? Because how is he able to stay for so long?
I would say it's probably dependent on the person, right? Because if you're someone that the admin likes, or you're in their good graces, things
always
might go a little bit better for you than the guy
Always.
that is not so well liked. But I couldn't tell you exactly what would happen if you pissed hot on a popped hot on a piss test.
Yeah.
But if it's during like an OIS, that shit's going to come out, right? And then the civil suit that would happen with the family finding out, like, hey, this guy that shot my fucking son or my brother was high on fucking meth. Dude, that guy's going to lose his entire fucking livelihood. And just
that's going nationwide.
Oh yeah.
You'd go globally as that cop that was in an officer involved shooting high on meth, and your department's just like,
Right.
Okay, well, let's get him some outpatient. The fact that anybody on meth, heroin, did I say heroin really weird? I felt like that came out weird. Meth or heroin. There's no outpatient treatment, especially as a law enforcement officer. You need to go inpatient, get all the help you can get, then some time off with some major therapy, because obviously your mind isn't processing. Your mind's not firing on all cylinders. If you're a cop using meth, there needs to be some major intervention happening in that department. Not, hey, yeah, cool, we're just going to go ahead and we're going to keep this between us and the SWAT team because we're brothers and this is what we do.
Yeah. So, and it was just fucking insane to me the way that things were handled. So then go back to after he gets put on administrative leave, then we have a SWAT training. And this TL gets everybody together, all the team, and is like, hey, guys, just so you know, this guy got put on admin leave. He's having some problems with his girlfriend and, obviously the drug use, because he had addressed the entire team later on in the SWAT school that he was using. So this TL during this like team brief says that there are people on this team that will say that they care about this guy, but the reality is they don't give a shit. And that was specifically targeted at me. So I pulled him aside after that he was on his fucking soapbox, basically just talking about how he gives a shit about this guy, but there's this other person, which was me, doesn't.
A fellow peer that's doing everything you can to get him help, going to his treatments, everything else, but you're the bad guy now.
Yeah. So then I pull him aside after that. I'm like, bro, what the fuck is that? Like, are you saying I don't give a shit about this guy? Are you saying that, like, I have no respect and I haven't tried to help this guy throughout the entire fucking process? And it just became this back and forth, man, where it turned into him just like name calling. He was just like, no real good argument.
Yeah.
It was just, he didn't fucking like me. And I had his friend put on administrative leave. At least that was the vibe I got. And I know that I'm going to get a lot of hate from this, but this is the reality. Like, that fucked me up more than anything. any like death that I had seen, any, fucked up scene that I had been to, because I could not process, like, how the fuck am I the bad guy in this? What did I do? Like, I only tried to help this guy. And then the guys that are supposed to be my brothers, not all of them, just specific ones, just completely shit on me and made me the fucking bad guy. I couldn't fucking understand. I couldn't even tell you how many sleepless nights I had and just stressed the fuck out, angry. It was the most difficult thing to deal with.
All because a guy put you in charge as a fellow peer instead of being the leader that he was, pass it on to you, which you're not even qualified, trained for,
right,
or even responsible for. And then they put that on you. Was that the moment that you realized you were done being a cop?
That was a turning point for me in like the SWAT team.
Okay.
I still stayed on the SWAT team because I loved like the other guys that I was working with, being side by side with my brothers, like going through the fucking door on call outs.
Yeah.
And I loved that stuff. But it got to me to where I was contemplating all the time just leaving the team because I was so fucked up from it.
For sure. Okay, so I got a question. If you're that team lead knowingly allowed this cop on meth to go on a SWAT call out, got in a stack, there's no repercussions for him?
Nothing.
How? How is that? How does that make sense? Isn't that enabling, or what's the term? What do cop terms have for you if you're a co-conspirator?
Co-conspirator.
Like, I mean, he knew he was. Or,
he's like a principal in the fucking thing. Yeah.
Right. I mean,
there should have been, right? But again,
I would feel like that if I was a chief or a cap, whatever, and I realized that there's a difference between hooking a homie up. You're okay, pup. There's a difference between looking out for boys, like, yo, we need to get you help now before this escalates, versus, yeah, everything's fine, just keep doing what you're doing and we're just going to act like nothing happened. There's a massive difference there.
Oh, yeah.
And as that team lead for me, I would have gone straight to the top and been like, we have a major problem. We need to get this taken. A buddy of mine or not, when it comes to something that severe of a cop on meth, that's not just, hey, you got a little bit of a drinking problem, bro. We need to talk.
Right.
Hey, last time you got wasted and tuned your wife up and made a complete ass out of yourself. Like, we can't have this again. Even then, there should be some repercussions. Fucking meth. Like,
right.
the fact that
and if you've ever seen people that are on like runners of fucking meth, like 3 or 4 days, like the paranoia, the schizophrenia, the fucking crazy shit, like hallucinating shit. Like, is that what we want our fucking police, not only police, but a SWAT team fucking guy doing? So, yeah, again, like I said, man, it just, like, I still am not able to process, like, where the mindset was of Gabe's the fucking bad guy, and he put in this position.
That's crazy, man. That blows my mind. Like, I could understand because, all cops, they're all labeled as drinkers and getting some alcoholic problems because of the crap you guys are doing. But meth, and then to knowingly allow that, that's terrifying. That LT should have been relieved of command immediately.
So, and the LT was never, I believe he was never in on it at that point.
Sorry, not LT, the TL. The team leader.
Yeah.
Team leader should have been removed immediately.
And they had the TLs, they were like the gateway to the sergeants and the fucking lieutenants.
Yeah.
And I still at the time had this fucking respect for the chain of command.
The community,
when the call out happened.
That was it.
And now looking back, like, these guys aren't going to fucking tattle on themselves, right? Like,
no.
Hey, LT, we fucking let this guy, in the stack, and he's been using.
That's terrifying.
So, and I know when he came out and told the entire team, like a few days after that call out, there was sergeants in the room, and I'm sure once they fucking realized, like, they were probably shitting their pants that, like, holy fuck, man, this guy was just on a call out. Or at least I would hope, right? Because if I was in a sergeant position, a supervisor position, like, fuck, man, I would have liked to have known.
Yeah, that we have a fellow officer that's high going on bingers, passing out on a QRF mission, can't even stay
Right.
awake at the wheel.
And that's like, I don't know if, I imagine he was doing more than just meth, right? Because you're not nodding off on meth and drinking a fuck ton of energy drinks and still
Or he's
nodding
crashing,
off.
or he's just coming off a binger of it. Who knows?
Crashing, or he's using opiates. That was, you know, typical of what we see in heroin addicts. Like when I was fucking on my pain meds, man, I'd nod off all the time.
Long blinking.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious. Once you've been around one or two of them, you can spot it immediately.
Oh, yeah.
As a cop, was there ever a moment that you were scared for your life?
There was like moments after the fact where I was like, holy fuck,
Like
that
what?
could have been. So I had one incident where I'm on swing shift, I'm on patrol, and I'm in a neighborhood that's like heavily, there's a lot of gang members in this area. I'm driving around and I hear what sounds like gunshots. So I cruise that direction. As I'm driving, I turn this corner and I see a vehicle coming directly at me on the other side of the road. And as we get almost door to door, I look over at the car, like I was able to see the license plate as it came at me. And then I look over at the car and I see a flash, and then I hear the bang and the fucking whiz of a bullet. So passenger side, someone fucking shoots at me.
No shit.
I'm in, at that time, a Chevy Silverado. This street that I'm on, there's a fuck ton of cars parked, and it's a pretty narrow road. So I got to do like an 18-point turn.
The Austin
turn
Powers,
around. Yeah. To turn around and try to chase this dude. So once I get back out onto the main road, he's already long gone. But I had gotten like 5 out of the 6 numbers and letters on the license plate correct. But yeah, that was one of those like,
could have been that quick.
holy fuck, man. That guy just tried to take my life. Like I'm in a marked fucking police car, right? Like black and white, real clear, has the fucking lights on top. And this guy has the balls to fucking shoot at a cop.
Just driving by.
Yeah. So that was one of those. I can't really think of any other ones, man. Like
If all the good cops are leaving, who's left? What is the future of law enforcement?
I think we know where that goes, right? Like it's just going to continue that same cycle of the shitty leadership, the ones that are willing to take the bribes, compromising their morals.
It's fascinating. It's a fascinating world you guys live in as far as you're half of breaking everything that I've learned since, you know, being in the law enforcement world of helping on the charity side of things, not me being law enforcement,
Right.
but being around law enforcement officers. Law enforcement have so many things to deal with. They're dealing with everyday shit on the streets, domestic violence, you have the corruption inside the departments, you have the backstabbing, you're dealing with death in the most negative, worst day of someone's life every single day. And then you have this moment of weakness where you have this moment of weakness, right? But then you can't even go and ask for help because then you're labeled as a risk. And then these guys have to keep it a secret, and then it bottles up, and then they're either drinking, beating their wives, whatever it is, cheating, gambling, and all the other problems that these law enforcement officers are having. I just don't understand why anybody would ever want to be a cop unless it's just some admirable thing that they feel that they want to help their community, because everything's against you. It has got to be one of the toughest jobs in our country is to be a law enforcement officer in today's day and age, because everything's stacked against you. And then if you go to get help and say that you're struggling mentally, now you're flagged as the department. Now you're a risk for the department. They're going to pull you off the streets because now that you brought up a situation and they know about it and something happens, now the department's at risk. So they're going to hang you out to dry before anything. It's just like this vicious cycle.
So I wouldn't say that's necessarily true where you get labeled. I would say more than anything, it's the worry of judgment from your peers.
Okay.
Because there have been plenty of people that have gotten help and come back and done the job.
Okay.
Like had the courage to say, you know, I have a problem, got the help, and then came back and were just fine. But a lot of guys just have more of that concern of what is the person that is next to me, what is my brother or sister going to think about me if I say I have a problem. So the fear of judgment from peers, that is like probably the biggest issue. Because there's still that stigma, right? Like the patrol level, the SWAT team, like there is still so you get these little cliques of people that will talk shit about people that are not showing up to work, talking shit about the people that maybe have some mental health stuff going on. And it could be one person and there's 5 people in that room listening and they believe that, okay, fuck, like I can't have any kind of mental health issues and I can't voice that because this one guy right here is
trashing homeboy on it.
Is a fucking pussy or is weak for what they're going through. And in reality, that guy that's probably saying that shit, like he's fucked up just as much, if not more.
Yeah.
But he has no courage to be able to fucking deal with or address the mental health stuff that's going on. And I would say, so like if I compare 2 tours in Iraq to law enforcement, dude, I'll take fucking 2 tours in Iraq all day long.
I hear this.
Because law enforcement, just first responder community in general, like you said, we're dealing with everybody's worst day every single day. And then after, you know, a 10-hour shift, a 12-hour shift, we're supposed to just shut that off and go home and play the dad role or the husband role or the wife or whatever. Where when you're deployed, man, that's your sole focus is I'm here in fucking Iraq or Afghanistan. Like I'm fucking doing the mission and then I'll go home. And you don't have any of those stressors. Like, don't get me wrong, you still probably the stressors, you know, guys are worried about their wives fucking sleeping with people. But you're not going home every day and dealing with the everyday normal stressors and trying to compartmentalize like, fuck, man, I just saw a kid that was smashed by a fucking car in the road. Like, sorry, I just got an image of this girl that I saw. But trying to shut that off and go home and act like nothing happened and just playing like it was a normal fucking day. Like,
put a smile
you
on
know,
your
the
face
wife
as
is
you're
like, how was your day at work? You know, it was good.
Scoop the kid off the highway.
But you don't talk about that, right? Like, you don't
Should you though?
I don't know, man.
Should you be able to go home with your wife and tell her it was a horrible day? I peeled a kid off the road. I had to zipped up 3 body bags, whatever it may be.
Looking back, yeah, that is probably. So then they have an understanding of, oh fuck, like he had a bad fucking day. I need to back off of whatever other shit I was going to talk about with the finances or how bad things were at work for her or him, you know, whatever. It needs to be addressed. Like my buddy Mike Morgan, he's a 30-year police veteran, did 10 years in Atlanta and 20 years in New York.
Okay.
He, unfortunately, afterwards came up with like a system where when you get home, like it's got to be, hey, listen, it was one of those days, and it's kind of a code to the wife or the husband or whatever, like, all right, he needs fucking 30 minutes or the night, like depending on the severity of like the code word that you're giving, like they know just back off, relax. But I think so many of us in the first responder community, like we don't want to acknowledge that the stuff that we saw was that fucked up and that we can't be a family man, or we can't, like, we want to be strong, right? Yeah. And for a lot of us too, it becomes like, well, this is just part of the job. Like, I should be able to handle this. The reality is, like, none of this stuff that we fucking see is normal. Like,
no,
people don't see that kind of stuff every day like first responders do. And it has an impact. It takes a toll. And everybody has a different threshold for how much they can take.
For sure.
And I found my threshold, and dude spiraled hard. But yeah, it does need to be one of those things that, like, you have to be comfortable enough, maybe not give all the details to the spouse about what happened, but just having them acknowledge that, like, all right, he had a fucked up day. Like, back off all the other stuff.
Yeah, it's got to be rough, man. Like, you know, I think we've said it a couple of times on the show. It's you're not showing up to a bar mitzvah. That's unless the music's loud, or even who knows how that's going to go late at night. But you're showing up to somebody's worst day of their life every single day, and then we expect our law enforcement officers to just, life's great, honey. How was your day? Oh, we're behind on bills. Oh, we're barely making it. Oh, yeah, my day's great. Can't wait to go back tomorrow and do it all over again. What's the toughest part of being a cop?
Oof. For me, it was that moral injury stuff I was talking about. Just that feeling of, like, absolute betrayal from the guys that I thought should have my back on things, or the administration. When people on your own team you feel like are trying to stab you in the back, that's really hard to fucking deal with.
I couldn't even imagine living like that. And you're trying to build a career, and then every day you're worried about getting stabbed in the back by your own people.
Dude, there was a time where I had a sergeant that did not like me for whatever reason. And instead of coming to me as a supervisor and being like, hey man, I need you to address, your reports and, maybe put more detail in them, he goes and just complains to other supervisors in the department, which gets to the SWAT team. This goes on for several weeks, where this guy's just talking shit about me and my work ethic and the things that I'm doing without coming to me, right? Like, so in the military, you're a sergeant, you've got fucking soldiers, there's an issue, you fucking handle it. So the way that I end up finding out about it is a SWAT team member who's a TL just had a knee surgery, lives 30 minutes away. The LT says someone needs to address Gabe and let him know what the fuck's going on and figure out if we need to fix this or not. So this TL drives 30 minutes after having knee surgery to meet me and tell me that a supervisor is talking shit about my work ethic, my report writing, my teamwork, like all this stuff. And I'm just like totally blindsided. I'm like, what the fuck? I've never heard anything about this. So then I'm one of those guys, I don't fucking take that lightly. Like, I take pride in my job. Again, just like in the military, I was the guy that was shining my boots, man. I'm cleaning my guns every week. I'm fucking going out to the range. I'm fucking exercising. Like, I want to be peak performance in all aspects. Like, I just took so much pride in it because I thought I'd never have that job.
Yeah.
So one day I pull this supervisor aside, go into his office, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on, man? Why am I hearing all this shit that you're saying I'm a poor performer? And just the stuff that he told me, well, your reports are, kind of weak. You need to add more detail. I was like, all right, that's great, man. But as a supervisor, you should address me. Like, talk to me. Let's fix the fucking problem. Why are you going and talking to all these other people? And that's the culture, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Like, these supervisors get promoted and they are fucking pussies when it comes to addressing problems with officers.
Well, the problem is just because you're in a leadership position doesn't mean you're a leader. That
Right.
And I think a lot of people don't ever really process that. Just because you're a sergeant in the military, now you have a team, or you're a platoon sergeant. I mean, look how many, I've dealt with so many guys that were leaders, and you look at them and you don't even know how they got their boots on that day, but time and grade, they've done their time, they've promoted, they're in a leadership position. And that's where I feel the military and law enforcement need to do a much better job of, military does a way better job, like corporals. We have corporals course, sergeants,
Right.
NCO courses and stuff like
Right.
that, and become training leaders. I've never heard of anything, and I'm sure there might be something out there, but for law enforcement, just because you're a Joe off the street, now you got time and grade and you get promoted and now you're a leader, that doesn't mean you know how to lead. You're just in a position, and he's a perfect example of it. He's talking all this shit. If I'm reading your report, first thing I'm doing, I'm like, yo, come in here. Hey, I need more of this. Take care of this. Correct this moving forward.
Right. Because he's the guy that's approving these fucking reports. So he's approving them, but then he's talking shit about like the quality of them.
For sure.
And so there's no real leadership training.
No.
When you get promoted,
None.
Basically, I want to say it's like an 8-week program where you just ride with another sergeant and you're taught how to do like time cards, handle complaint calls, like policy shit, but there's no leadership training.
What was your favorite part about being a cop? What are you going to miss the most?
Man. I love the hot calls, man. Like being on patrol and you hear the tones, which the tones are like, everybody pay attention because this is a serious fucking call. Like the radio's just like beep, beep, beep. Showing up to those hot calls, like I felt like those were the moments that I like really excelled. Like I was able to keep a level head and kind of think through the problems. And I just enjoyed that, man. I enjoyed the adrenaline of it. I'm going to miss, the SWAT team, the stuff that we did on the team. And a lot of those guys, I love the job, man, but it's just the other side of that moral injury side of it.
Yeah. It sucks from my point of view watching you because it always goes back to that. From somebody that's talked to a lot and gone through my process out of the military, because I hated the Marine Corps when I got out. It took me a long time to get over it, and it was the leadership is what ruined it for me. Sucks hearing that because it always goes back to that moral justice of your own people ruined a really good thing for you.
Well, it's hard. Like when I went into the department, I was like, fuck yeah, man, I'm going to be working with like the best of the best. And then, you just find out like it's just like the military, if not worse. Like, the backstabbing and all that shit.
That sucks.
It takes such a toll.
I hear it. Every cop I talk to, I think almost every single, there's been a couple of cops who are active duty guys that came on and I didn't push it because obviously there's, how it is, it's still in the department, but the guys, all the cops that have gotten out and come on or I've talked to or in their applications, every one of them, admin, corruption, chief is crooked, chief is doing this. It sucks because all the good ones leave and then you're stuck with a bunch of tyrants that are. That's where I voice all the time, like, I do not have the best rapport. I love law enforcement for what they do because it's the shittiest job, but I fucking hate cops. Like, I can't stand most of them. They fucking, dude, especially in my younger days, my motorcycle days. I met my wife running from the cops. So I have a love-hate with cops. But I respect good cops, dudes that are just no bullshit. This is how it is. You fucked up. This is the deal.
Yeah.
It's the guys that are looking. Like I'm getting pulled over for window tint or we're chasing kids on e-bikes. But meanwhile, there's human feces on the sidewalk where you pulled me over. There's a drug dealer right there. Our politicians are slurping on children every day. There's pedophiles everywhere, but you're pulling me over for window tint. Those are the things where I know it's petty. And I know I'm that guy and I'm bitching right now. But I had one cop, he pulled me over 3 times for no license plates on my truck because I just don't run plates. And the third time, I just don't put them on.
You're asking for it with that.
Oh, I'm that dude. Like, who the fuck says I got to put them on so they can track me through all these cameras everywhere I'm going? I mean, all the systems communicate. Fuck you and fuck the government. Like, that's where I'm at with it. And so I just don't put plates on my truck. A lot of it has to do where I'm hunting too, and I don't want people to know who I am. But anyways. This cop pulls me over 3 times. 3 times. Same cop. The final time he pulled me over, he walks up to my window. I go, dude, write me a fucking ticket or leave me alone. I'm not putting plates on my truck. And he just looks at, he just turned around and walked away. I'm registered. I'm insured. It's not like I'm doing anything illegal.
Right.
I'm just not putting them on my truck.
Was he a dick about it? Or?
No, super cool. But he just kept pulling me over. I'm like, dude, just you're out here pulling dudes over for no license plate. I'm like, I could. But then again, this is fucking Boise, Idaho. What else do they got going on? So I get it. But it's just like that type of shit where I'm like, there's so much gnarly stuff going on out there. And that's just me bitching. I mean, I had a charity. We helped thousands of cops. So I can't say, don't come at me in the comments. But what I'm saying is, it's just there's certain things that I cannot wrap my head around. Like, that's what we're putting our time and energy into versus, okay, so
I'll tell you with like the no plates thing.
Yeah.
So maybe it's the same cop, like, just fucking messing with you. But dude, a car with no plates, one, could end up being stolen. You got drugs in it. You got guns in it. Like, those are the ones, those are fucking like gold.
Really?
Yeah. Pulling those over. So no plates typically is an indicator for us that, all right, something's fucking off here.
Is it a nice vehicle or is it like a shit box with no plates?
People steal nice vehicles, right? Like,
valid point. Okay.
yeah. Fucking Teslas get stolen. Like, you just never know.
No shit.
So if you're a good cop, yeah, you're going to fucking like, all right, let me check this out because not right. Everybody else running around with plates. All right, it's just Bam, the fucking conspiracy guy.
Well, I hear these cops are like, yeah, I could pull anything up in the system, and we all the systems are connected. We could find anywhere you're at in the city if you're driving around. I'm like, oh yeah, they have all those interconnected cameras here. My buddy's telling me he could pull up in a system and they could put a bolo out, and if it hits on any camera at any intersection, it'll ping them where they're at.
Oh shit, we just got more advanced technology than we got in Reno.
Yeah, and I'm like, dude, get bent. I'm not putting plates on.
Oh, actually, yeah, we have plate readers in Reno, so yeah.
Yeah, see?
That was how we caught the guy that fucking shot at me.
Oh, really?
Gang member, yeah.
I wanted to circle back on that. You guys ended up catching him?
So that was another thing that the fucking moral injury comes to.
Damn, dude, you just got dished it out.
So I get shot at. End up not finding the guy that night. Go back, find the fucking casings on the side of the road. The wall that was behind me that the bullet would have struck or probably did strike it's a giant brick wall that is covered in vines.
Oh, of course.
Right? So finding a fucking bullet strike in that is impossible. My sergeant at the time is a very new sergeant. I hear him get on the phone with the lieutenant and he's like, no, we don't think he shot at Gabe. It was just, coincidence. And I was like, whoa, no, that motherfucker shot at me. So I thought I got it squared away there. And then the next day in briefing, same sergeant is like, yeah, so we had a discharge of a firearm in the area of a police officer last night. And I'm like, are you fucking serious?
So they downplayed it?
Yeah. So then I pull that sergeant aside, dude, and I just fucking lit him up in the office. I was so pissed. So then he's like, all right, well, go do the report. And I spend a whole fucking day looking at surveillance footage.
Yeah.
Well, I spent several days doing it. But reality was I was a victim in it. I shouldn't be writing the report.
For sure.
I was also a fairly new cop at that time, so I didn't know. I was like, all right, this is fucking my deal. Plus, I was like motivated. Like, this motherfucker shot at me. Mm-hmm. I had another officer that was on the gang unit that was super high speed with that license plate reader system that told you about. He figures out the fucking car, who the owner is, and puts out an email to all of our sworn officers like, hey, be on the lookout for this guy, officer safety. He shot at an officer. This guy gets a call from a supervisor and says, we did not authorize you to help this officer with his investigation. He gets shit for helping me figure out who the fuck shot at me.
Why is that a problem?
I have no fucking idea. No idea. So the only thing I could think is like, they don't want other officers being scared that, because it's like in that time frame that George Floyd and all that shit was going on, and we're doing the DEI thing. Like, let's not have all these police. This is, again, just my thoughts. Like, let's not have them all be, scared that there's people out there shooting at cops. So detectives end up taking over this deal.
Yep.
And the detective that gets it, I never really met the guy, but he sounded kind of like a fucking dope. And he's like ready for retirement. So he's got that like, just the mindset of
Smelling
who gives
the
a
barn
fuck
already,
from
yeah.
what I could tell. I find some crystal clear fucking camera footage. I have a connection with another gang guy that's like, yeah, I know this lady that has camera footage from this exact area. And dude, he shows me like the daytime photos. She sends me still photos of the car driving by. You see the gun out the fucking window.
No shit.
I send that to this detective and I'm like, hey man, you need to go pick up this fucking surveillance. Never got a response. Find out they never fucking went and picked it up. So after 30 days, it just deletes itself in most of these surveillance systems. They say that they go and talk to the guy. And the detective calls me and he's like, yeah, you know, he's actually a really nice guy. He says he didn't know that you were a cop and
That makes a difference.
they weren't shooting at you.
Wait, there's no way this is what the detectives are saying.
This is what this detective tells me on the phone.
Bro, this is Reno 911. Bro, you were living in Reno 911. This is the craziest shit to me.
So then I proceed to email his supervisor, and I'm not fucking like holding anything back. I'm like,
Yeah.
hey man, your detective did a fucking shitty job. Like, you guys need to look back into this. So I get a call from the sergeant, and he's like, you need to come up and fucking talk to me in my office. Like, so I'm like, all right, fuck yeah. So I drive up to where his office is at and just tries to pull this whole tough guy attitude. Like, first of all, Officer Smith, you shouldn't have even been writing the fucking report. Second of all, the way that you talk to me is the most fucking disrespectful thing. And I'm like, all right, cool. That's disrespectful, but I get shot at and your detective says, this guy's a nice guy. We talked to him. He says he didn't mean to shoot in the area of you and he didn't shoot at you. I'm like, so you guys believe this fucking dude over one of your own. And it just ends up like going fucking nowhere. And again, one of these things that I just spend fucking nights like not sleeping because I'm like, why the fuck? I don't understand it. Like, this is fucking like easy case.
Yeah, that would be frustrating. That would be frustrating. That would be a tough one to want to still be a cop after they're citing, oh, he wasn't shooting at you, or he didn't know you were a cop. What if it was a mother with a car full of kids?
Right. And I don't know what it is. Like, if it was just fucking laziness, or again, maybe I'm that guy that got the target put on my back and they're just like, fuck this guy.
Yeah, you made the right choice.
Oh, man. I couldn't imagine if I had to do another 20 years. I'd probably end up fucking suck starting my gun. Like,
For sure. That's a lot of cops are doing
seriously. Yeah.
That's why I'm such a big advocate. If you are miserable in your job, leave, get out of there. Like which is what you're doing. Let's jump into that. Now that you're transitioning off of out of law enforcement, started a training program, started an organization. Let's touch on that.
Yeah. So kind of start with like how it began. So December 3rd, 2024, I'm on duty. Kind of one of those days, like nothing's going on. I'm sitting on the street watching this car that has fictitious plates. So plates that, it's a Toyota and it's got like Nissan plates on it. So I'm waiting to see if someone will jump in it. Well, I hear one of the traffic guys come on the radio and he's like, hey, all traffic units switch over to the motors channel, which that's their like specific channel for the traffic stuff. Any other day, I couldn't have given a shit. Like, I don't care what traffic has going on. It's usually boring shit. So I switch over just for the hell of it. And he's like, hey, do you guys know if there's any SWAT guys on duty? So my ears perk up. I'm like, all right, maybe it's a fucking SWAT call. Something's going to happen. Another guy comes back. He's like, yeah, there's a couple on patrol. He's like, all right, well, we just found the Thames medic, is taking his own life. And I almost like immediately knew who it was. This is my good buddy Patrick, that so passionate about his job. He was our SWAT medic. One of those guys that would like give you the shirt off his back. Sure. He absolutely loved being a medic for the SWAT team. He would come out to our SWAT schools all the time. Like, he would run and gun with us. He had a freaking bolt gun that he would use for doing the sniper stuff. Just the best fucking guy ever. Always had a smile. Like, I was never into hugging dudes until this dude, like, anytime he saw you, he's giving you a fucking hug.
Yeah.
So I knew he was kind of going through some shit. Like, he had just gotten a divorce. So then I hear them come over to the radio and say, yeah, the registration belongs to Patrick Doherty. And dude, I just like fucking lost it. Like, I'm sitting in my patrol uniform in a marked car on the fucking street during the daytime, and I just fucking lose it. Like, never cried like that in my life before. So then I call my buddy that I'd heard on the radio, one of the traffic guys, and I was like, hey, man, are you sure this is who it is? And he can hear that I'm all fucked up and crying. It's like, yeah, man, this is who it is. And he comes and finds me because he can hear that I'm fucked up. And he sits with me for a little bit. And then they call all the SWAT guys down to the scene to escort his body to the morgue. But that day was by far like one of the hardest fucking days ever on that job. I got really close with his mother, and just an incredible lady. So we escort his body to the morgue. And we're all sitting at the mortuary. And like, one of the most incredible things I've ever seen, like, this mother just lost her son. And she gets up in front of everybody. Like, there's probably 50 to 100 of us just sitting in there, like cops, paramedics. The street is just totally lined, like completely blocked off with cop cars, ambulances, because this dude was so loved in the community. And she gets up in front of everybody, and like the strength that took to talk to all of us on the worst day of her life and saying how much she knew he appreciated all of us and the time that he got with us. Like, fuck, man, that was impressive. So after that day, I end up going home early that day. But then it's like, all right, got to go back to work the next day and just act like nothing happened. Well, and this is in December. So November, December, January, like holiday time frame.
Which is usually a rough time for
tons of people that are struggling. A lot of fucking suicides. Dude, it just ends up being like suicide call after suicide call for me. And
oh, God.
The floodgates just open on all the shit I'd been compartmentalizing for like 8 years. So over the next like couple months, dude, I'm calling in sick a bunch because I just don't want to deal with people's shit on the street. And I'm just going down this dark hole of fucking depression. When I am coming into work, like, I am just an angry motherfucker, and I'm looking to take my anger out on anybody. So I'm antagonizing people on scenes, like looking to get in fights, trying to get in fights. And that was never me. I was always the guy that was able to like de-escalate stuff and calm people down. So that goes on for probably like until February. And I reach out to very good, close person in my life who I tell that I'm thinking about doing like psychedelics to try to heal some of this shit that I got going on. And he's like, well, crazy that you mentioned that because I'm actually a DMT like guide. And I was like, oh, fuck, okay. So we set up this thing. I take some time off from work and we do like a microdose of psilocybin.
Okay.
So we take just some pills, a small amount, psilocybin, so you kind of barely feel it, and then set up in my room to where, I don't know if you're familiar with DMT, but there's a couple different forms of it. This one, it's in like a vape pen. So DMT is a chemical that's already in our body. Like
we see it at birth, death, and something else. And there's like 3 times we get DMT dump or something.
The guy last night was talking about it. I can't remember exactly what it is. I don't know the specifics behind it, but I was super nervous, right? I've been clean at that point for like 15 years. Haven't used any drugs. So I'm like, fuck, man, is this the right thing to do?
For sure.
But what it kind of led to that is I had talked to DJ Shipley. I'd gone and done a couple trainings with GBRS group, and we talked a little bit about his psychedelic stuff and how it helped him. So I end up doing the first, like he shows me how to inhale it, and I'm just super nervous. And I kind of go into it a little bit, like you have headphones on, some cool music playing, then you put an eye mask on. And he can tell that I didn't really do it, like inhale it enough to get the impact. So it lasts like 15 and 20 minutes.
The whole high or just this one with you?
The whole high.
Okay, should last 15, 20 minutes.
So this, for me, it probably lasted like 10 minutes because I didn't put like full effort into it, right? Because I was just nervous. So as soon as I pull the blindfold off, he's standing there and he's like, all right, dude, you need to fucking go for it this time.
What did you feel the first time?
So the first time, I kind of started to see like some geometric patterns, like a lot of like demon shit. It was weird. And my whole body just tenses up. Like I just feel all this anger and rage. Like, I don't know, like before you're about to get in a fight where everything just fucking tenses up, like your extremities just get rushed with blood. But then I kind of relax after that. And then the second time, dude, I go all in on it. And I see all the geometric patterns, like my body just totally stiffens up. Like I just feel so fucking angry. And I'm seeing all these like demon faces. It's pretty fucking terrifying, actually.
What type of demon faces?
So it's like kind of like if you're looking through a kaleidoscope.
Yeah.
But it's like demon faces, like tongues hanging out, like horns, like just crazy shit. So they say a lot of people will see like either elves or demons, kind of depending, I guess, the state that you're in.
All right.
So I'm seeing all these demons. And then once that fades, then I see my buddy Patrick. And he's wearing his SWAT uniform. Oh, fuck. This one's always hard for me to talk about. And I see him, and he gives me a hug, and he's just like, it's okay, bud. I'm good. I'm good. And I felt like that to me was like him just, like, I'm not in pain anymore, man. So stop fucking stressing and start living your life. So I come out of it, and like all the shit that I have going on. Like, meanwhile, in between December and January, I had separated from my wife. I got my own apartment. Like, I was just so fucked up. So I'm going through all the shit with my wife in my head and like the stuff with Patrick. And then I just like come to this realization of how fucked up everything is in the first responder community and the mental health problems that are out there.
For sure.
And I start just thinking about ways that I want to help. And part of it is putting together this. It's a firearms, fitness, and kind of like mental health mindset company. So the next couple days, I'm just at home kind of processing all the stuff that I experienced through that little DMT journey. and then just start writing this plan for this business that I want to put together, to be able to help guys, not only just like the mental health side of things, but the lack of training that's in law enforcement, and be able to provide people with the knowledge that I've gained. So, and then over the course of the next, 8 months, I have my buddy that got out of prison recently. So him and I knew each other since kindergarten.
Yeah.
And I was pretty close with his mom. Well, his mom ends up dying. He asked me to go check on her. He had found out she was in the hospital. So I'm at work. I go to the hospital she's at, and I'm like, hey, I want to see Abby Humes. Is she here? And they're like, she passed away this morning at 3 a.m. And I'm like, oh, fuck. So then I got to tell my buddy who's in prison, right? Like, your mom's dead. And then my stepmother, who's been my stepmom for close to 40 years, she gets really ill, has stage 4 colon cancer, ends up passing away in July. And then when that happens, a week later, I'm like, all right, I cannot be on the fucking street, because I see that I start becoming a liability. Like, that anger and all that rage is still coming out on the street. Sure. And I'm going to end up getting myself, a civilian, or one of my partners hurt. And I've got all this shit going on that, like, I need to fucking deal with, because I know after my stepmom dies, my dad he's not going to last much longer. Like, she has been his rock for the last 40 years. So later on, like maybe 4 weeks after stepmom dies, another coworker at the department takes his own life. God, overdoses on pills. I wasn't really close with him, but I'd work with him quite a bit, and like, I knew the guy. He's like a good dude. Never would have thought anything was going on. And that's what I see a lot in the first responder community is fucking, we're all good at putting that facade on that everything's okay, but really behind closed doors,
absolutely,
like, shit is fucked up.
You're human.
Yeah.
You're human.
So that one is another blow. And then my dad dies August 31st, which is like just a couple weeks after my buddy Ernie Kazmar takes his own life. And then 4 days later, after my dad dies, my dog dies. And it's like, dude, just this
God bless, man,
fucking avalanche of shit that happens.
And this was all after you did your trip, your journey?
That was after the DMT. So the DMT was in February.
Okay.
And then all this stuff just continues to go downhill. So then I'm dealing with, funerals and probate court and all this shit. Fortunately, like, I have a very good union president, freaking badass dude. Like, unfortunately, this guy he's diagnosed with brain cancer now. And like, damn, he's got a freaking, I want to say she's probably 6 or 7 months old now. Like, first kid ever. And he gets diagnosed with brain cancer, which, anyways, like, I'm spiraling like big time, and thoughts of suicide are like coming through my head again. And then I find this group in Reno, the Sierra Psychedelics, and it's a first responder and veteran. They have integration groups where you go and just fucking sit and talk about the shit that we see and deal with as first responders and veterans. And then every few months they have a psychedelic journey. So it's MDMA and psilocybin.
Okay.
I had been looking for a while to try to find like an ayahuasca retreat, but everything was like thousands of dollars and like hundreds of miles away. Mm-hmm. And I got really lucky and found these dudes. So January 2nd, I did my first like journey with these guys, and holy fuck, man. It was one of the scariest things I've ever done.
Why?
Because you don't know what's going to happen. Like, you don't know where you're going to go in your head.
And this is, so you did DMT before. Now this is psilocybin, which is a mushroom, right? Correct?
Yeah.
And so
yeah, mushrooms.
are you drinking it or is it a pill?
So we take MDMA prior in a drink, and then they make a mushroom tea.
Okay.
So you're drinking it. It tastes like fucking garbage.
I was just going to ask what it tasted like.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
awful. I think they mix like honey and some other stuff in it to kind of make it taste a little bit better. But so it's about like, I'd say 6 to 8 hours of just being in this, right? You've got like an eye mask on. They're playing all kinds of music. You've got like a shaman. So a guide that kind of helps everybody work through stuff. And then you've got some other guys that are like facilitators. And it's everything from, there's some Navy SEAL dudes in there, like DevGru, and then you got firefighters. There was a smoke jumper in there. So like one of the most hardcore fucking firefighters. Like,
Yeah.
you know, you're side by side with all these other warriors and badasses that, you know, all of us are just fucking broken and hurting. But it was one of the most healing things, like not, so the trip itself is like, I reflected a lot on the decisions that I had made during all these deaths that had happened throughout the year. Like I was so lost. I stepped out on my wife. I was, you know, seeing another woman. Just to be able to cope with the things that I had going on, right? It's no excuse.
No, but
I was in that like pleasure seeking mindset where I was like, everything fucking sucks right now. I just want to find something that makes me feel good for 20 or 30 minutes.
it's a high. Just takes your
Yeah.
attention off of something. It's the same as getting a fix or going getting drunk. There's no different.
Exactly.
I'm with you.
So, and me being like sober, right? Which makes it almost worse because like it's not like I can be like, I was fucking drunk and I made this mistake, right?
Yeah.
I was fucking sober and I made this choice. But going back to it, like I reflected on a lot of the things that happened throughout the year and decisions I made. And I mean, really what it came down to was looking at the job and the impact that it was having on me as an individual, but then also on my family and those like close to me. Because my anger was coming out on my wife, my daughter, who's 4 years old now. Like, you know, I'm hearing them say, like, I'm hearing like, she was 3 years old at the time. Like, Dad, why are you so mean? I'm like, holy fuck.
Yeah, that'll check
that shit hurts.
Yeah. You want to be that dad. Nobody does.
No.
And how do you explain to your 3-year-old precious daughter that, hey, sorry, honey, Dad just lost 6 people in his life within the last 6 months or however long that span was, and you know, explain it to her, and then you try to hide it, and that bottles, and you bury it, and it's the full bucket effect. And eventually, it just starts spilling over, and that's when it affects the wife and the kids. And so after this trip, you're reflecting. Okay, I guess once you drink the potion, are you seeing everything there, or is it everything hitting you afterward? And I'm asking for my knowledge because I've really, and we talked about it a little last night with Vic, and so for everybody, it's past guest Vic, and he's big into it, but I'm not 100% sold on it, but at the same time, I hear so many of these stories. And so what is it? The journey yourself, you're in there, you're blindfolded, you're seeing all the, oh my God, your dog scared the shit out of me. Bless you, pups. Are you experiencing, because you saw your buddy on the DMT, came to you, said he's good. Did you have that same experience now with the psilocybin, or was this afterward? How does it work?
So like during, I'm not having visuals of stuff that's going on, but it's like being inside your own head and just like really analyzing all the fucking things that have been going on. Okay. So for a lot of guys, like sometimes it'll go back to like childhood trauma shit. For me, like that last year was just so fucked that was everything that was in my mind.
Yep.
And it's just, man, it's almost like overanalyzing shit and just overanalyzing.
Okay.
Like constantly going through like, where did I fucking go wrong? What led up to where I ended up? And you don't like figure it out during the fucking journey. Afterwards, the next day, you all sit and everybody gets a chance to talk about the things that they reflected on, the things that they, saw or learned. And then you can kind of get input from other guys. And that part is super beneficial. But really, it has to be like the intention afterwards of not just falling back into the same routine, the same lifestyle that you were before. So it sounds fucking crazy, but dude, I used to listen to like all the heavy metal shit. Like I would have just gnarly angry music playing when I'm doing my workouts because that's what fueled me, right? Like hate and anger. And now I'm listening to like this crazy hippie stuff when I'm working out, which, dude, if I would have told myself a year ago that I'd be doing this shit, I'd be like, you're fucking insane, man. Like, get the fuck out of here.
Story of my life. Story of my life, bro. Yeah, I'm with you.
So, yeah, now I'm like in the gym working out to, dude, this just super peaceful, like
I listen to worship music.
hippie music. That's fucking cool. Like, and there's so much of, that was kind of what I got from my journey was the stuff that I'm putting in my brain is the stuff that's going to be coming out. Right. So if we're watching all the violent, fucked up shit on TV and we're listening to all this angry fucking music, like we're just surrounded by it. We're looking at angry fucking political bullshit on social media. Like, all of that stuff, that's fueling our day and how we're going to react and respond to things.
100%.
And for me, that was like the biggest takeaway is just changing the way that I handle each and every day. So Taylor Kavanaugh, I've been working with him. He's been a huge help. Just like my morning routine now is I don't touch my phone, look at any of that shit for the first hour of the day, man. I am doing some mobility stuff. Now I'm praying. Like I found my faith again. And a big part of it was like looking back at that time that I almost took my own life and praying beforehand. Like that was God helping me. Like I didn't fucking know it at the time, right? But that was how he helped me. I gave myself the credit for, like I went sober and I did all this stuff. But dude, reality, like he put me through all those fucking adversities to bring me to where I am today, right? And have to give all the credit to him.
Every time.
So again, that just intention of starting every day with
a purpose.
A purpose, yeah.
I love TCAV. He's actually coming here next soon.
Fuck yeah.
He's rolling through town, man. But yeah, he's an incredible guy.
He's gonna be on the show.
He's already been on the show. He's on the wall.
He?
Yeah.
Oh no shit.
TCAV's up there.
Nice.
No, he's just coming back to roll through town. He's helping. Actually, Vic and Michael, the one that we were with last night, that RISE program with the prisons and stuff. So because TCAV was in prison here.
Oh fuck!
So this is where he was locked up.
Wild.
Was in Boise.
Nice.
So he's coming back to help and do the program.
Yeah.
But we're gonna link up and we might run an episode. I want to talk fatherhood and all that stuff with him now, but because it's the same Navy SEAL stories and all that shit we've all heard a million times from him. But anyways, back to you, dude. All the glory to God, huh? How's that changed your life? I know you're new into it. How's it been so far?
It's still challenging, like every day.
Sure.
Like I really have to think about like trying to implement God and Jesus in every part of my day. And I've gone so long with not having that as a part of my life.
Yeah.
So it's really something I have to be consciously aware of. But it's absolutely changed my perspective on things. Like, I feel like this calling that I have now with, so the business that I started that I was talking about, that's my for-profit.
Yeah.
And then I have the nonprofit that we're putting together, which It's a combination, first responders and veterans. We're going to utilize fitness, mixed martial arts, cold plunge, red light therapy, sauna.
Good.
And then also have like clinicians in-house in the gym to be able to like address all of these things like in one space. And the idea of fitness behind it is, so guys do like this gnarly workout together and you get a little bit of that like trauma bonding to where you guys all just did this fucking hard workout together. And then you sit down and you talk about whatever it is. Like we'll have a topic for the day, or guys are just kind of, you know, able to shed the armor a little bit.
Absolutely.
And when combining like the first responders and the veterans, there's so much that's similar in both communities.
100%.
And then we're going to have resource programs, especially for veterans, to be able to try to get them on track with that, like new careers, like moving out of that like veteran mindset where you and I were talking about, where these guys get like trapped in that mentality of like, that is everything that I am. I'm a veteran. Like I did time.
Their identity, their purpose, everything.
And it gets the same in law enforcement too. Law
100%.
enforcement, first responder community, like you get so wrapped up in it.
Athletes too.
It's over. Yeah. And there's actually a program, this is kind of what I based it off of, is there's a program where they have veterans and former professional athletes that work out together and then they all sit and fucking talk about stuff. But we want to try to remove the stigma of, you know, trying to get help being weak. Because, man, it takes more courage than anything and more strength to be the guy that asks for help when you're struggling.
Facts.
But for some reason in these communities, man, like...
Gotta be the tough guy.
Yeah, it's a fucking alpha male mentality.
Just
like,
kills you.
I don't need fucking help. Like...
That's the boomer logic. That's where we've grown up with boomer parents. We don't cry. We're tough. We're men. Blah 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 blah. Right? Where does that end up? Bottle, pistol in your mouth, pills, cheating, gambling, alcohol.
All the negative shit.
All the negative. Being tough. Being the tough guy. Oh, I wish somebody would have sat my stupid ass down years ago. Be like, hey, dude, just be vulnerable. Be grateful.
Yeah.
Pray.
Yeah.
Life's gonna be not perfect. You're going to be on a much better track than trying to be the tough guy that bottles everything.
Yeah, because it never fucking ends up good, man.
Never. Find me one
None of
situation.
those guys,
Find me one dude that's lived his whole entire life being a hard ass, I'm the toughest dude on the planet. And let's see how many people are standing next to you on your deathbed.
Right. Because that's what ends up happening. Like, all that anger and rage comes out on family. Everybody in your closest circle. And then nobody wants to be a fucking part of your life because you're just a miserable prick.
And then and I hope dudes hear this. And this is where a reality check is you're a cop, veteran, whatever it may be. I don't know how many dudes I talk to. Man, my dad was I grew up with a Vietnam. Oh, my dad was a cop in LA. I don't want to be that. I don't want my kids. That's how they talk about their dad. Oh, my dad was a Marine. He deployed, you know. It is what... Yeah. You know how they were. Fuck that. My dad did the dopest shit with me. I want that relationship. Yeah. I don't want to be I grew up with a Marine dad.
Yeah.
Nope. Oh, my dad was a cop, you know.
Well, and then so those guys, right, that have that's how they, you know, describe dad. They also have the rough time of being able to have that vulnerability.
Well, they have daddy wounds.
Show their fucking their emotions, and
that's because that's generational trauma. Right. That's the exact definition of generational trauma. Is I've got to be like I'm going to be like my dad. We don't talk. That's how I was raised. Well, look how you turned out. Look at the asshole your dad was. Is that the generational trauma that we keep living with, or
just continuing the cycle?
Guys like us
make a change.
Have to check that and be like, okay, Great. Was my dad incredible growing up? Fuck yeah, dude. I'll give my dad all the credit in the world. Do I want to be like him? Absolutely not. There's a lot of places that he failed, and I'm not going to fail at him, and I'm going to do better this version. That's where it's up to us and our generation to break these curses and be better. Be there for your kids. Listen to them. Talk to your wife. Talk to your children. Don't need to be an angry asshole every time you walk in the door. If you're an angry asshole every time you come home, change it.
Yep.
Find a different career. I don't care if you're 15 years in. There's no excuse. Change your life, and you're the prime example. Dude, you're fucking rock bottom. You could have just bottled it up, got back on the booze, got back on whatever, and grinded out your retirement and been miserable your whole life.
Yeah.
That's the only option. You cannot. There's these people that.
Well, and we've got to find a way to normalize, like, the vulnerability. They're talking about shit in both these communities, the first responder and the veteran community, and it's having these conversations where we're fucking talking about the hard things. Because, dude, every time I've done a podcast and talked about all this shit, even though I get emotional, like, it's a therapy session for me. Like, I feel so much better every time.
I don't know how many dudes, including myself, have sat in these chairs and bawled their eyes out. I cry my eyes out. I couldn't even get through my daughter's introduction. Like, I don't care.
Yeah, fuck yeah. And when your kids see that, right? Like, having that, I guess you call it like emotional intelligence or whatever.
100%.
Like, dude, that's what's going to pass on. That's going to be a positive for them.
For your daughters that now know, hey, this is what an emotionally intelligent man that can talk through his feelings, not bottle everything up, it's not coming out as anger, it's not coming out as fear, is able to talk through it. And then your sons are able to watch their father talk through his problems, be able to handle situations differently. And they'll be like, oh, wow, that's how I do it. That's how I want to be, instead of screaming that you're this dictator in your house and I rule with authority. That's how that's how I was for a long time.
I don't know. We passed the next 2 hour mark. I don't know when it's going to come out.
We're gonna wrap it up here right now. I'm gonna have him tell us one last story about running and he loses his pistol, because he's got footage of it. And I think it'd be great for an intro. So we'll wrap this. If it cuts, then we'll just redo it. But we're about to wrap this up. 4.5 hours. It goes by quick when you have a real conversation, huh?
Shit.
And that's the thing with me, man. I am such a huge advocate on it. I'm not saying I grew up with some childhood trauma. All my trauma came on later on as like a young adult, where I got that's a podcast with my wife. But it's just one of those things, man. Like, if you are miserable, that's why I got out of the military. I hated putting on my uniform. I got to the point where I just all day.
And what is more important, right? Like,
your life.
Enjoying life. We got one opportunity in this fucking life, and if you're gonna spend it being miserable because you believe you need a fucking pension or a retirement, like,
you've been sold
to
a
be
lie.
happy, that is the biggest fucking
lie, bro.
Ever.
I just talked to my buddy the other day. He's rolling through town. I love this guy. We served together in the Marine Corps. We're machine gun instructors together. Love this guy. He's rolling through town, and we're talking, and he's like, "Yeah, man, dude, you're in the entrepreneurship. Like, I really want to start a side business." I'm like, "Do it now. Do it now.
Yeah.
Quit your job and do it now." He's like, "I can't quit now." I'm like, "Dude, just do it." And he's like, "Well, I have 20 years left." I go,
"Fuck, bro.
You have 20 years?" I asked him, "You have 20 years right now, starting today, right now in this conversation. How many years till you can retire?" He goes, 20 years. I go, "Bro." I go, "How old are you going to be?" He goes, "I'll be in my mid-60s. And he's thinking about it. He goes, "Well, my wife will be in her 70s. And I go, "You're telling me you're going to work another 20 years, retire in your mid-60s,
and then try to fucking...
and now you're going to live your life in your mid-60s? This is when you get to enjoy your life that you just spent your whole entire one shot on this planet to retire in your 60s? Fuck that. That's not living."
Hell no.
And you got, if you're lucky, 10 years before your body starts quitting?
Oh, yeah.
Dude, and he's sitting there, he sits back and he goes, "Fuck, I never thought of this." In my mind, I'm like, how do you not think of this? But that's just very common, because that's the generations that just passed this on. Dude, my parents have the hardest time. They cannot wrap their head around that I don't have a career. You need to get a career. Hey, son, you got the insurance,
you need
the
security.
You need security. So I can be like you, Dad, make $40,000 my whole entire life, every year, same amount,
Doing
maybe
something you don't
praying
fucking
for
like.
overtime so you could help pay off some extra bills. That's the career. No. I would rather live in fear, not knowing what next month is going to be ahead of us, than to go to work and work for somebody else, building their wealth, their finances, getting them on track. They're off traveling vacations, buying their kids fancy cars, and you're going to give them your life?
Right. And be miserable.
Be miserable? What the fuck?
No.
We're not created equal. Like, those are the people I'm like, I hope they listen and realize that if you're coming up, granted, becoming an entrepreneur and doing your own thing's even worse.
Dude, it's scary as fuck.
Terrifying.
But again, for me,
It's
like
the
the
option.
monetary side of it, like right now I can take care of my daughter and I can do those things. I don't care if I become fucking rich and famous.
No, me too.
I don't care. Like, I just want to be happy every day with the shit that I'm doing.
Yep.
Because that is the most important thing.
Yep. That's it right there. And I've talked about it a million times on this podcast. I know dudes that have tens of millions of dollars in their bank account right now.
And are just miserable.
Most miserable people you've ever met. And you meet some homeschool parents and they don't give a shit. They do their own thing and they're just
Right.
free life. And that's the life that we try to live. I don't have fancy toys. I don't have a giant home. I don't have brand new cars and trucks. And good, cool.
Yeah. Fuck, you don't need that shit.
Put it away and you could live a very free life on not very much. It's a lot of sacrifices and take some grinding to get there, but I don't know how. I could never go back. My biggest fear is going to work for somebody again.
Yeah.
So I want to know the story when you're chasing a dude and lost your pistol.
Yeah. So earlier in the day, I had gotten into the truck and my pistol kind of snagged on the seat and I heard like a crack in the holster, but I didn't think anything of it.
Okay.
So then later on in the day, I'm sitting in a parking lot and this family comes up to me. It's a mom, dad, and like a 6 or 7-year-old girl. And they're walking back from the park. And they're like, hey, we were just at the park. There's this fucking weird dude that was following our daughter around and tried to follow her into the bathroom. Just obviously trying to do some weird like pedophile shit.
Yep.
They end up getting away from him and they're like, we just saw him going down that street. He's wearing a wife beater and he's got a suitcase with him. I'm like, all right, I'll go check it out. Drive up the street, find the dude, pull over. I'm like, hey, man, come over and have a chat with me. And he immediately turns the other direction. And then a couple seconds later, dude, he's just like beating feet running across the street. So I start chasing him. And I'm getting out on the radio like, hey, in a foot pursuit. And as I'm running, dude, I feel my hip get lighter, and then I hear clank.
Which is a distinct sound.
Right. And I'm running, I look back, and there's my fucking gun on the ground. So I'm like, fuck. So I run back, grab my gun, put it in my holster, and then I got to hold it into my holster. Like, as I'm running, I'm trying to see if I can get the retention to work and lock it in. Not working at all. So I'm chasing this dude. Now he's like gained distance on me. He's running towards this casino entrance, calling out his description and everything. Chase him all the way into the casino. We get in the casino. I'm like gaining on him because he's a heavy set dude. He's on meth.
All right.
But so he's got lots of extra energy.
Oh, yeah.
And he ran out of his shoes. So he's like barefoot, fucking running. And he's grabbing the stools that are next to the slot machines and like throwing them down behind him. So I'm having to like jump over these fucking stools while holding the pistol into the holster. And then finally he gets into this little room and you can tell he's just fucking exhausted. So I just grab him and slam him on the ground. My biggest fear is like, I'm going to have to get in a fight with this dude and my pistol's just loose. So fortunately, this guy is so fucking out of gas that he's not able to do anything. I tell him to roll over. He does it. And then the gang unit fucking shows up because they had been monitoring and they fucking take over. But dude, that was like that was the longest foot pursuit I'd ever been. And fortunately, I was training with Tyler Geiger at the time because I was training to do tactical games.
Yeah.
So like my cardio was fucking on point. And like the dispatchers, like they messaged me later. They were like, holy crap, like your voice sounded so clear. You weren't even breathing heavy when you were like given the description, direction of travel. I was like, fuck yeah, the training's like
Paid off.
paid off. Yeah. But
Good.
also one of the scariest times because I was like, dude, if I got to get in a fight with this guy and my gun comes
Falls out.
like fuck, now we've got a gun in the fight for sure. So
God, bro.
fortunately that didn't happen. But
Yeah.
yeah. That's one thing I'll miss is the fucking fun foot pursuits.
Adrenaline rushes.
Yeah.
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 Gabe, I appreciate your conversation, man. This was
yeah.
sorry you had to go through everything you did after, you know, serving your country and then getting into law enforcement and realizing that it's not always cracked out what it's supposed to be, but I'm excited for you to start this new journey because a lot of guys get sucked into that cycle of being miserable for 20 years and retiring and didn't even live a life at all. So you're doing some great things. I'm super excited to see how the charity goes and this new business goes with the shooting and training and getting the mental health side of things. We need more. We need to focus a lot more on mental health, especially in this country and our law enforcement and first responders and everything else that's going on.
Yeah. I'm hoping we can make an impact. Like I said earlier, like I went through all those adversities for a fucking reason, right? So I embrace like all that shit. Had to go through it to be where I'm at today.
Good.
And in life, dude, we can either fucking embrace that stuff and learn to grow from it or get stuck in that victim mentality like poor me.
Yep.
So I'm going to use it and build this purpose and try to help as many people as I can.
Good. Good for you, dude.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Good
appreciate
chat,
this
man.
conversation.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. It's gonna be a good one.
Man, that would freaking